Okay, here we go. Sorry, I just recorded it while you were laughing, so it's gonna be a.
Oh, good.
I may have to
Good.
cut that
That's going to
down.
be a great start.
This sounds like evil right off the bat. Um,
Oh, no.
so
Didn't realize I had an evil laugh.
sometimes it's good, heartwarming. But anyways, we are
Anyways,
recording. We are in the month of November. Lovely month. I
November.
always like this month. I like this. I like this string of. I like October or fall in general, all the way up to Christmas.
Autumn is my favorite season
Yeah,
for sure.
it's great. They're conducive to
How
the
long have
music
we
I
been doing
play.
this? Since September?
This book club?
Yeah, or was it
No, no. It's September? No, it's been before that.
longer?
Oh, maybe it was. Because we do every week. Okay, so that it just seems long. Like it's
It just
yeah,
seems like it's been
it's
years.
years. I don't know.
I don't know.
I have to
I
think about
know
it.
it was before August because I went
Mm.
away for, so it was definitely in September. I can't remember if it was in
Mm.
July.
We gotta look back at the records.
Let the record show.
What the
Yeah.
records show. But anyway, uh,
Anyway,
good job, Shiny, on this lovely background here. We had to start a little later today, but it's okay.
yeah, which gave me time to mess around with the background.
Mm-hmm. The nice moon and the clouds.
Mm.
Our cat. It's nice that we give him a cat.
I
We give the
made
muñecas a cat. Finally, they should have a cat.
I made sure that it was not a cat that looked like any of our cats.
Yeah,
So none
yeah.
of them can be jealous. I almost put in a black cat and I'm like, no, boy band would be
Mm.
upset.
Yes. No, we don't want boy band's better for Halloween anyway.
Yeah.
He's more on brand for Halloween
He's more on brand
in
for
temperament
Halloween.
and look. So, but very good.
We're doing stories that we have done stories from both of these authors already.
Yeah. Yes. We which is exciting. I like that. Um, it's it's better to I don't know, like, recently I remember I told you I went to Orlando for a uh, Halloween themed convention with my family, and
Hmm.
I got into a bookstore, and I love going to use. Every time if I go somewhere, I always try to go to used bookstores. That's my thing, and
Yeah, I do that
I
too.
found and all the picks I had were stuff related to the stream, to short stories. It was actually the novelized or novels that these writers have done that I'm not familiar with.
Mhm.
Just rather, we'll call them novellas, but still,
Oh, are they not too big?
no, they're not no book stop book. What do you call that? What's the word they use for thick books? Book stoppers now, or
Or
door
door
stoppers,
stops?
door
Yeah.
stops. No, they're like probably like 120 pages or less,
Mm.
but it's cool. Like I had Tobias Wolff and William Maxwell. Oh no, I didn't. We didn't. Oh, we did a William Maxwell
We have
story. Yeah, we did. That
no,
was
we
a
didn't.
yeah. We
Oh,
did
did
a
we?
yeah. There was a William Maxwell. No, it was no the Irish author that we did the piano tuner's wives. Who was that?
Oh, yeah, 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 yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
we did that.
The
I forgot the name, but
who was that?
yeah. Okay, I have the books. They were in my other room. I'm not gonna get up and get them, but yeah, my all my choices were the stuff that we've done on the stream, which is nice. I like that, and I
William
hope
Trevor,
William Trevor. Yes,
I think.
yes.
Yeah.
It was another William. William Maxwell is the one I'm reading now, but we haven't done one from
Yeah,
him.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Um, but yeah, it's great. Like this, I don't think I did it on purpose, but my when I'm searching for books, I usually have authors in mind, people I don't see often, and
Mm.
that's how I. But I really like I realize that I pick a lot of my book shopping is related to the stream because I am, and
Well,
I hope that for everybody else that's the same thing where like we're telling you a story, we're walking through it, we're analyzing it simultaneously, and maybe in hopes that you would pick up an anthology or maybe even pick up a full length a novel if you like the style of the story and everything else. So because I do I put my money where my mouth is. I do the same thing. When I'm going book shopping, I'm doing stuff from the stream, so it helps me out. I'm good, and a lot of stuff when I'm trying to find an author, like sometimes it's new. I never read anything from them before, but it fits the style that we kind of our filtering system.
Our filtering system.
Yeah, well, our criteria, what we look for in these stories, and I end up being introduced to so many cool authors, modern and classic. So, and then like Shiny said, we if we like them, we go back. Why not? There's no rules.
Yep. No. We make the rules.
We make the rules. We like you. We bring them back.
Yep.
Pick them up. What was that?
Makes my job easier because I don't have to read. Oh yeah.
No, that was. I think that was Dumb and Dumber. Like, yeah, that was Dumb and Dumber when they like pick up a hitchhiker. Pick them up.
Oh yes.
Yeah. Anyways, I don't know why I thought of John Candy for that. It's weird. Yeah, no, it's because John Candy he picked up Kevin McAllister's mom.
Oh, did he?
Ooh, that's a deep one.
Man, it's been so long since I've watched any Home Alone.
Yeah, when you have kids, the little one, these Christmas movies are on rotation here. Yeah.
My favorite Christmas movie is The Christmas Story.
Yeah, I saw
probably
that.
because it's my mom's favorite Christmas movie.
Yeah.
So I had to watch it a lot.
Yeah. I'm thinking that I guess played it on TV. I don't watch a lot of TV anymore, but I do try to catch it when it's on. I don't really have a Christmas movie. We call there's a Disney movie, like a Christmas special for like Mickey Mouse Club, Mickey Mouse.
Oh yeah.
And my daughter called it Ho Ho Ho. That's how she would. She would be, when she was little. She was like, "I want to see Ho Ho Ho. I want to see Ho Ho Ho."
Oh.
So we still call it Ho Ho Ho. So we watched that.
One year, my partner made me watch the Star Wars Christmas special, and I wanted to cut my eyes out.
I heard. So I think Harrison Ford.
Bad.
Harrison Ford made a reference to it, and he was like, "Oh God, this is that blasted special." I think he was doing that Vanity Fair, or was it not Vanity Fair? The GQ. What's the thing where they have to have to say their own lines? Remember they have to say their own lines, and he goes, "Oh my God, is this from that horrible Christmas special?"
There was like Chewie's family in it. It was so bizarre.
They're making money. They're gonna make money.
Yeah, so I guess. But now it's on Disney because of that. So
Yep.
Anyone can go watch it. Yeah, so I was saying this doing authors we already did before makes my job easier because I don't have to go research them again.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that if there's something, if you look back and there's like a factoid that you forgot or you found that maybe you didn't mention last time. It's just
well, that won't be the case with Julie Orringer because there's
new.
not a lot written about her.
She has a link. She had a LinkedIn.
Still living. Yeah.
Living.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's probably listening.
That would be
wonderful,
terrifying, and also good. Oh, I forgot. There's a Netflix show on, there's a Netflix series on that's based on one of her books, and I was meaning to go watch that.
Oh, is it like a period piece, right?
Yeah, transatlantic.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, cool. Yeah, that's really popular. Just done.
I've heard good things about it. Yeah. So I need to. It's based on her novel, The Flight Portfolio. Anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself.
Yeah.
So I will recap our Julie Orringer information.
Yeah.
She was born in.
Oh, I'm sorry. Freemy in the chat said I was curious to look up Julie Orringer. I figured I'd hear it here. Yes, you will.
Yes, you will. Yeah. So. She was born in 1973, so she is not much older than me, and grew up in New Orleans and Ann Arbor, Michigan, which is quite a wide range. But she was born in Miami, Florida, and now she lives in Brooklyn. So I feel like she's hit like a lot of places.
Yeah,
that
yeah,
kind of we know about.
yeah, yeah.
Because, you know, I think my mom went to university near Ann Arbor, Michigan. So we used to go up there sometimes.
Mm.
So yeah, it's just funny. They're places that like feel a little bit close to both of us in a way.
Yeah,
Um, but yeah, she went to Cornell University, so she's been to an Ivy League university. She's also been to the Iowa's Writers Workshop, which is very prestigious.
yes, it is.
Um, she's a fellow at Stanford University, or she was a fellow at Stanford University. So, you know, she's well respected in the literary community.
Hmm.
Um, she's won awards and she teaches fiction at New York University. And yeah, she wrote three novels, and one of them has inspired a Netflix series. So,
Yeah, so it's like you're. What a cool thing you're being introduced to her short stories, and maybe she will blow up. She'll be a household name.
yeah,
But remember,
maybe.
you heard it here first. You heard it here
You
first,
heard
Deb.
it here first. We
Right?
told you the thing.
We told you.
But her novel, The Flight Portfolio, which is what Transatlantic is based on a true story as
Mm.
well. So it's
Hmm.
fiction, but based on a true story.
It's yeah, it's weird because I don't really like when last time we did it, I was like looking at her bibliography, and I was just surprised of the theme change because I feel like I associate her with more silent epiphanies, kind of Raymond Carver type territory, where he's talking about
Yeah.
people and realism and things like that. And then I go her novels are like kind of almost like, and it could be classified or put with those World War II.
Yeah, The Invisible Bridge was
Yeah,
definitely
yeah, that's
it's
very,
about Hungarian Jewish students
yeah,
in 1937.
yeah,
So, you know, it is really, and The Flight Portfolio is about a journalist who was
hmm,
saving Jews
yeah.
from Europe. So, like, it's really, she does seem to have like, despite how I feel like her short stories that we've read anyway have been quite modern.
Yeah, and
Um,
they're not like, I feel like WW2 is such a almost is a kind of trope sometimes in the literary world. You read a lot of people. This seems to be like whole sections of the bookstore that's based on historical novels from that period. Uh, Lovers on different sides of you know Nazi, Jewish lovers hiding and trying not to be caught. A lot of secrecy and circumstantial things that have to do with the war. That's like This just seems like it's a genre all on its own. But that was a surprise
mhm.
because I think I would have. It shows sometimes I get a little, I don't know, judgmental in what I, or I'm just like, oh, she only writes these kind of, because I don't really gravitate towards those books often. But
Yeah.
like, and I would never link her to that. But to me, I'm like, well, I'm impressed because this shows her versatility. She could write these kind of quieter stories about in relationships that are,
hmm
and then she could also do that. So it's just,
Well, and I wonder, having not read them, I wonder if she is focused on the relationships in those books because,
and
like,
if she
The
is, she's,
Invisible Bridge
oof,
is
that'd be great.
about a student and a ballet teacher that are caught up in the war, you know? So
Mm-hmm. And she's so good at it
maybe
too.
she does focus on that part, that aspect. It's just the backdrop is World War II,
I
you know?
think that's a good point. Maybe like she has the chops to talk about like relationships and those
hmm
nuances of the human condition. Like she could already do. We've seen her do that. Now she does it,
Yeah.
and if she wraps it up and does, why wouldn't she? If she has to, I can't see her departing like a departure from that style when she's writes about people.
Mm-hmm.
It would be too, because sometimes it happens in science fiction. When I was in creative writing workshops and stuff in school, you'd have
hmm
a lot of writers that would, they were so I guess their talents for like in world building, and they would put so much emphasis
Mm-hmm.
on the setting. But then when it came to relationships, they would a lot of the sci-fi writers would rely on tropes,
Yeah.
or this like grossly inaccurate descriptions of or behavioral stuff too, with women acting like this or that, and men acting
Yeah.
like they had to have they were like, oh, I need a rebel, rebellious person, so I'm gonna put this.
Mm-hmm.
There's like the rebellious person in the sci-fi story is like very. It's just no nuance. It's like stereotypical rebellious teenager. There's nothing to it. But but she, based on what she's read or but what she has written, I mean, she her territory, her ability to write about people is very above average. She knows how to do that.
Yeah, and she seems to be like even in her short stories, I was just looking through this book. One of them is called The Smoothest Way is Full of Stones, and it's very focused on Orthodox Jewish people.
Hmm.
So or Orthodox Jewish adolescents kind of coming of age. So I wonder it doesn't nothing says anything about her religion or her ethnic background,
Mm.
but I'm wondering if maybe she has some Jewish ancestry or something, and that's what ties her to that. Because
Yeah.
it,
Well, I mean,
she,
yeah, that's true.
um, yeah, oh, because the Invisible Bridge, it says, is based on the experiences of her family in the Holocaust.
There you go.
So yeah, she has that what do they call it? That generational trauma. So she probably
Yeah.
that's why she focuses on these
And
things.
and I'm not sure like if she was in Miami as a young child, or if that was a different phase of her life, but Miami does have a large Jewish population, so that would
Well,
make
that's where
sense.
she was born. So
Oh,
I
I
don't know
see.
how long
Yeah,
they lived there, but that's
yeah,
where she was born.
yeah. That would make sense
Um,
in terms of like just
yeah,
we're trying to figure out her ancestry and stuff.
yeah.
Uh,
Not that it matters, but that does like tie her
yeah, maybe that's
to
what
that
that
time period more.
it gives her like a reason to write about it. Um, but yeah, it's like
That's
my wife really loves historical fiction. She reads
mhm.
it more probably than I do. Um, but maybe I could just recommend this one of her books to her so we could read it together, because it would be
Yeah,
like it
that'd be
would be
good.
because I already know how she writes in like the interpersonal relationships. Now it's like
Hmm.
and they have the backdrop of WW2 or Germany and stuff like that. It'd be cool. Double
Yeah,
double points.
double points.
But anyway, I'm glad you gave another background about her. But we are reading a story that's very similar to another story we did with Jamaica Kincaid.
Yeah, I
Um,
feel like this and Girl have a similar style.
yes, yeah, it's like very the delivery. It's like every sentence it's almost like, well, in Jamaica Kincaid's story, it was the mother saying these things, writing to the daughter. But
To the daughter.
but it's like these directed statements, and
Hmm.
now these statements are internal. It
Yes.
feels like a diary. I mean, we were talking about that briefly um, before we.
Yeah, I asked Itchy if he thought that this was written as a sixth grader to a sixth grader or as an adult to a sixth grader. Um, and we kind of agreed in the fact that it's very present.
Yeah,
So we think it's written as a sixth grader to themselves.
yeah. It just seemed like there was a lot of details. It didn't seem reflective. If it just seemed it seemed more present and almost urgent in a way. It's like you just
Mm,
felt like there's a couple scenes in here where you could just feel the anxiety on the person. It didn't seem like it's not maybe the anxiety you would conjure up 20 years later. It felt like, oh no, this is happening tomorrow. I better be ready for it.
yeah,
So,
yeah.
but yeah, note to
Um,
sixth grade self. So it's yeah, it's very, I would say almost like a letter in a way,
Yeah, I would say almost like
diary
an
entry.
instruction,
Yeah,
uh, a list of instructions, but it's more than that. But it's like it starts right away. On Wednesday, wear a skirt. It talks about who to sit with on the bus, who not to sit with on the bus.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
Um, you know, make sure that the boys don't notice that you're sitting alone because then, maybe they'll still ask you to dance later.
yep,
Um, and this is all about dancing for this girl. The skirt is because it looks better when she's dancing.
yeah,
Um, making sure that she doesn't look too much out of place is so that she will get a partner in dance class. Like it's
yeah.
all
Optics.
everything she cares about is about dancing and what she practices dancing.
You
She
know,
she cares about this one particular dance more than her school, than her friends, everything.
and it's good. I didn't think about that when I was reading, and that's a good point to bring up because I think if you're having as you read through this story, you're getting the sense that she has so this she's having a hard time fitting in. She has a socially it's not a walk in the park for her, and I think that when you know that you're good at something, you lean into it. At least I do.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
no, I think that's
eh,
accurate for just about anybody.
yeah, so if she's having all these issues, it seems like dancing she could really she hangs her hat. I guess she could hang her hat on that ability. Like
Hmm.
she knows is maybe in other parts of her life it's not the same, but in her heart she almost like she knows she's better than everyone or at a
Yeah.
standard.
Uh, Efremi says, I didn't think about written perspective, sixth grade to sixth grade. That makes a lot more sense. Yeah, it isn't written kind of with adult knowledge, I don't think.
No, I feel like I
Um,
read it with childhood fear,
yeah.
uh, like just like childhood apprehension. Whereas, like if I was reflective about something that happened to me, like we were talking about that, I was thinking about some situation that happened to me in sixth grade or seventh grade, and I do remember like the larger like I guess the scenario more, but just the little
Hmm.
details I couldn't think. I just this is it's so many things in my head. I mean, it's so many years ago, and I just
Yeah.
forgot them. But this seems just present,
Yeah.
matter of fact, present yeah, present
There
tense.
was Yeah, definitely present tense. And there's a lot of detail. Efremi
Hmm.
says the detail is almost exaggerated, and that is true. Um, Interesting. Efremi says I was reading it entirely seriously, like as if I were to write a letter to my past self. And do you know what? For me, that's why I asked the question, because I couldn't really figure it out at first.
Hmm.
Because I think when I read the title, Note to Sixth Grade Self, I thought it was a reflection. But as I was reading it, I wasn't sure anymore.
Hmm.
So
Hmm.
I
Yeah.
totally, I get that you come into it kind of with your own thoughts about what you think it is.
Yeah.
There was a part that just right at the start that really stood out to me because again, everything is about dance with this girl and what's important, and that's what's important to her. But then she says, as you cross the street, take a look at the public high school. The kids there will be eating long sticks of Roman candy and leaning on the chain link fence.
Yeah.
Do they look as if they care who dances with whom or what steps you'll learn this week? Newsflash, they do not. Try to understand that there's a world larger than the one you inhabit. And I thought that was so good
Yeah.
because we've talked about also before about, when you're a kid, that's your first experience with stuff. So you do think it's the most whatever in the world because that's the first time you're coming across it. So when you feel things, you feel them big
Yeah.
and you don't know that there's bigger feelings out there.
Yeah.
And
And yeah.
And this is a little reminder
Well, I
to,
think she has a high level of emotional intelligence for her age,
yes.
and that was her way of maybe stopping herself from catastrophizing. And
Mm,
like it was like, okay, let me zoom out and realize that yes, you may feel this anxiety. However, this is like it's only because you're so close to it now. Think of it like how would you
yeah.
feel about it in 5 years? But she's doing it. She's doing it at the moment, which is hard. A lot of people don't have that capacity.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, because it says if you understand that, you'll be far ahead of Patricia and Kara, which seemed to be
which yeah, this
her little
nemesis.
nemesis at school.
Yeah,
Nemesis? I don't know how you say it. Nemesis? I don't know.
yeah, nemesis. So Patricia and Kara, they get this pair gets brought up numerous times
Yeah.
throughout the story, and they are
They seem to be
the
the
antagonists.
girls to be
Yeah,
for this sixth grader.
yeah. She uses it's like her barometer of what you need to
Mm,
look like or act like, and she's her perception like it's so dialed in to these two girls.
mm-hmm.
I feel like they she's doing like some almost detective work. She comments on their mannerisms, their speech patterns,
Mm-hmm.
what they do, what they dress like, who they look at, how they. It's unbelievable how much attention she gives these two, and we learn throughout the story that this is not reciprocated.
No. But
Um,
we also know we learn
yeah, yeah.
why she pays so much attention to these two.
So,
Um,
like you said, that there is a dance. This is the big
yes.
event that maybe alludes to the pecking order of the school, the social hierarchy. Maybe this dance, and that's very common in high school. It's almost like the people who win
Hmm.
the homecoming king and queen become the king and queen of the school. The power couple,
Yeah.
and that plays out. It's like everywhere. So,
Yeah.
and she knows that this event could because well it has to do with dancing, and like we talked
Yeah.
about before, dancing is her strong suit. So she feels that if I'm gonna make a difference, it's gonna be at this dance. If I'm gonna maybe change my situation, the likelihood to do it would be at this dance. Like this is the only
Hmm.
opportunity I have to maybe to increase my social credit, possibly. I'm not sure what. I'm not sure
Yeah.
what. I don't even know what. I don't know what her end goal
Well,
is. We're trying to determine
I
that.
I think her end goal one is to be acknowledged for how much dance, like how good she is at dance. I do
Yeah.
think that's
Mm-hmm.
important. But I think what's more important and what becomes clear um in the next bit is when she gets to the dance class, um she mentions a boy,
Yeah.
and it says, that you can look at the boys, but don't you can look openly at this boy, Eric Cassio. Admire his hair and his eyes, but quickly.
Mm.
She doesn't want to be caught, you
Yeah.
know. And she says that if she looks at him too long, he'll feel that she's looking at him. Um,
Mm.
so he's the best dancer. And I don't know if it's more important to her that he's the best dancer or that he's handsome and she likes him. Do you know what I mean?
Mm. Yeah. It's like it goes back to that. What is the motivation?
Yeah.
Is this her way? The social stratification system, this is her way into it because she knows I'm good, he's good. Both of us together could potentially put me at the top of
Yeah.
the food chain.
Yeah, exactly. And it's interesting. There's little details. I don't want to like get bogged down in them,
No,
but
no,
there's little
the
details
details
that
are super important.
I really liked in this. So
Yeah.
there's this teacher, Miss
Maggie, Miggy,
Miggy,
Miggy.
Midge.
Yeah,
I don't know how to say.
yeah, we'll see. She has
um,
enormous
but
breasts.
she has enormous breasts. Yeah. Oh, thanks for bringing that up. Anyway, no, she has enormous breasts, and it distracts all the boys in class
Yeah.
for a moment. But it also says, listen to the way she talks. Fox trot, cha cha, waltz. And it says, love how she talks, but do not pick it up. And it says,
Yeah, yeah.
when you move north in 3 years, you cannot afford to say y'all. So it's like she doesn't want to be like, she may love that thing, but she doesn't want to pick it up because it
Yeah.
won't suit her further in life. And it was interesting because I think that's one of the little elements that I made me not sure if it was written as an adult back, because she says, when you move north in 3 years. And that felt like, I know that that's what's going to happen. But after we discussed that maybe it was a sixth grader to a sixth grader, maybe that's just the long term goal.
No, but
Maybe the goal is,
moving north. 'Cause if she's in middle school, she's moving north. That means that maybe there's her father or her parents are actually going to take a job. Like they're going to relocate. We don't know the situation in the house. We don't know if
no, that's true.
they could be moving to New York.
Maybe they know, yeah, maybe, yeah, they have a plan already that in 3 years' time they're gonna move. I had a friend who knew, he and his family moved to Switzerland from America, and he knew that that job would end
Yeah, yeah. We
from
don't. Yeah,
before they got there, because
exactly.
he knew that
Yeah,
he would get moved back to America to a
yeah,
different office at some point.
yeah, yeah. So
So yeah, we
we
have
don't
no
know.
idea.
We have no idea, and I still lean on the fact that it's present because of
Mm.
that. There hasn't been anything in here that made me think otherwise. Um, I also want to bring up that she's a precocious child, and she knows, and like I said, that high emotional intelligence. She's able to just like look at these social, just I guess tropes of people. She realized. I think she could see almost like like I don't know, like the energy around people.
Mm.
Not the energy, but so much like the social constructs that are in high school, and or even in between male and female. And she just sees Miss Midgie as this woman that maybe appeals in this environment, but it would kind of maybe be looked down upon in some other region of the world. Because I know for a fact that a lot of people from the South, they grow up and then they try to shed their accents, because I always think this, like, a Southern accent sounds very endearing and homely and cool, but
But
there is
it
a
doesn't,
stigma.
it's not seen as intelligent
Is
a
not seen
lot
as
of times.
intelligent, and she's picking up on that if I talk like this, that it's almost, this is sensitive, or that kind of appeal is only good here. If she goes somewhere else, it could give a different impression. And down here with
Mm,
these
mm-hmm.
kids, and it seems like it's like a southern, like this teacher is just like, okay, how you doing today, and like little boys are just staring at her, and it's just like
Not because of her accent.
no. Well, I mean, it's probably a mixture of things, but it's just, I think anywhere else it could be, it could be perceived as like, oh, who is this? But for here, and she owns the classroom. Like she could feel good about herself in this
Yeah.
element. But if then maybe an intellectual element, it wouldn't really. She looked like a I don't know, a cocktail waitress. I don't know. It's like has that kind of feel to it. But anyways, that's a good point. So it goes. She's knows about this dance. She knows what kind of dancing is going to be at this dance. The cha cha. She knows what to do.
Well, the cha-cha is always the first dance.
Yeah.
She practices at home with her father. So, you know, no matter what the other kids are doing, she's maybe going above and beyond.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, because she enjoys it, probably part of it, but also because she wants to be best. That's
Hmm.
very important to her to be best because if she's the best, she stands a chance of dancing with the best boy.
Yeah. And who's there? And like, it's almost like who's always in that audience? Those two girls, Patricia and Carol.
Yeah.
And so
And
she's,
Patricia is good at dancing as well.
yeah. Yeah. So this is her way to maybe pass her in the
Hmm.
social pecking order.
Um, yeah, it says, you know, it's like long before it's time to pick partners, you will feel the tightness in your stomach. Do not let it break your concentration. You got to keep learning. It says if you want to have the most gold stars at the end of 8 weeks, you have to work hard. Um, on the achievement record next to your name, there are already 5 stars. Patricia and Kara also have 5 stars. Oh, so both of them are good dancers.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
everyone else in the class has 2 and 3. So Patricia and Kara are her competition. They're
Yeah.
absolutely her competition.
And that's what was that part? I want you to repeat that part too about this the feeling in your stomach. What does it say about that? I'm looking at it too,
Yeah.
but I don't see it was the feel of tightness in your stomach. I don't know. We always try to read beyond the text here, and if you are that anticipation, that anxiety is always for
Hmm.
people that are not picked. If you are in, if you're good, you have if you're in any if they're doing any kind of game, if you're in school and they're
Hmm.
picking teams to do something, it could be basketball or football or anything in this scenario,
Hmm.
it's dance. But if you know you're good and you're sought after,
Hmm.
when they're picking people, you have a confidence. At least I do. As most people do. They just sit there and it's almost like they have their chest out. They know that they're good and everybody's going to want them to be on their team. Now,
Hmm.
if you have a tightness, it's the usually reaction knowing that you're not going to be picked. That someone will have to settle. That okay, you could be on my team.
Yes.
So it's so
Yes.
there. If
Well, and I think she's alluded to that already
yeah,
in talking about, if no one notices you're sitting alone, there's still a chance that one of them will ask you to dance.
yeah, yeah.
So, she, for whatever reason, she is odd one out a lot of the time.
Nothing screams like social ostracization. Like what I can't think of another scenario in a school life than playing a game and
Hmm.
not getting picked.
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah, absolutely.
it's like where it's so it's the most direct way to know if you're liked or disliked or cool or
Hmm.
uncool is when there's something and there's a choice. It's like you may envision this choice. You may see like uh you may see maybe glimpses of but like
Hmm.
in a game, it's so it's there's no it's so conspicuous. And when there's a
Yeah.
game and someone has to say okay, and you see there's a group of people and everyone's picking the group and that group is slowly getting fewer and fewer people are there and then you're the
Hmm.
last one. It speaks volumes about you could tell right away where you stand.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so I,
It's
I really
it's
feel that.
it's interesting as well because it doesn't necessarily have to be about ability either. She's a good dancer,
Mm-hmm.
but
Yeah.
that doesn't matter as much
No.
as whatever thing that makes her stand out from the rest of the
The
students.
reason she loves the dancing is because it's the only thing. It's her secret weapon. Like
Hmm.
I may not be attractive like these other two. I may not be cool. I may not have the best clothes, but I and people don't care about me enough to know that I have this special ability. But I know I have this ability, and not this. If you give me the lane, I'll prove to you that I'm good.
Hmm.
But they don't. Her perception or her social, her reputation, or whatever, is greater than like people will. like people will judge her based on if she's liked or not, and I'm assuming based on what we're reading that she's not the most popular kid in school.
No.
So even that trumps this ability. Like it takes
Yeah.
precedent over her, even if she could be the best dancer in the world, but she's not popular, so she's not going to get picked.
Yeah.
And it's really it's sad, but
Yeah.
it's truth.
Because it comes time for them to pick, and she watches how Patricia and Kara act because they don't care.
They don't care because they're popular
They're popular, so
and they're good.
they know they'll get picked. So
Yeah.
it's not an issue. Um, but she talks to herself about, do not make eye contact. If you make eye contact, you will drown. I thought that
Mm-hmm.
was such a like, because I understand that feeling. I absolutely understand
Yeah, I
that
think a lot
feeling.
of people do. Yeah, because
Um,
if you make eye contact, you could you not that you'll see them. Uh, I think that you'll see. I think if you make eye contact, you read people's body language. You'll see people's
mm,
body language, and if you look up and they
yeah,
look at you and they go, ugh, they roll their eyes. It's
yeah,
gonna break your confidence.
hmm
So I
hmm
feel like the eye contact is like she doesn't want to see their expression. She's protecting
yeah.
herself. But it was
It
just so
says,
yeah.
do not, whatever you do, look at Eric Cassio. You do
Mm,
not care which one of those girls he picks. You know it will not be you.
yeah, that's so
Um,
rough.
and that feels like she knows this because of what happens every time. You know,
Yeah,
she knows this because he is popular and she is not, and
yeah,
so he will never pick her.
yeah. Hmm. I just thought, like I said, going back to
Um,
that detail, it's like you don't have to say you don't have to say that she's unpopular. You just say it when you read her body language that she's worried about her tightness in her
mm,
stomach. That's just enough.
yeah,
It's one of those things that you don't need to. It's when you're writing, show them, don't tell them.
yeah,
And
and
she's
sure enough,
showing the reader
she
that.
is the last one there.
Yeah, and this is like
Yeah,
no one feel like that if you were well liked.
yeah,
So the boys are picking now. Oh no
yeah.
no
The
no.
boys pick.
Yeah.
They pick who to dance with,
Mm-hmm.
and at the end of the picking, she's standing alone. But there is a
Yeah.
boy left. He
Yeah.
just has not come up to her to pick her, and I think that also speaks volumes.
Yeah.
They Not
The,
even the last boy standing was like, "Oh well, I'll just take the last girl that's available." No, he refuses until the
yeah. Yeah.
teacher forces him.
Yeah. Yeah.
And and he doesn't seem like he's the cream of the crop either.
No,
And
with
he
his
still is refusing her. And I think that just speaks volumes about how her standing within this school.
it's I don't the kind of detail in the story. I feel like the author has had to go through this herself, and
Mm.
like this. It's just so it's so vivid
Hmm.
that I mean I could just the anxiety you have. You're thinking of yourself as this girl like sitting there hoping to be picked,
Hmm.
not even picked when it's the last one. Someone has to
Hmm.
settle.
Yeah.
Um,
It says it says ignore the snorts and whispers of your classmates.
yeah, because they know
Do
that.
not
Yeah,
yeah, do not think about Zachary Booth's hand warts.
yeah, yeah.
And that I have to say that that gave me like a little ick because not because I think there's anything wrong with somebody who has hand warts, but because if I was a little kid holding hands with somebody with warts, that would have like given me a kind of like shiver
yeah.
because I didn't like anything that was a texture it shouldn't be.
Mm-hmm.
So I have an idea of what texture skin should be. If there was something that I didn't expect there, that would kind of like get me.
You wouldn't be able to hide it, even if as much as
Yeah.
empathy as you have, and I think that
Yeah, it
your
would have
natural
been like
response.
a gut reaction to it. It wouldn't have been a thought out, you know.
You couldn't hide. You
So
couldn't hide
no, I'm not very good at hiding it as
it.
anyway.
Yeah, yeah.
But it says be glad you're dancing with a boy at all and not Brittany Wells as you were last week. So,
Yeah, yeah.
even Zachary Booth is a win for her.
Because yeah, I feel like she had to dance with another girl before.
Yeah.
Like you,
But it's
that
interesting.
says like, oh, I can't even. I'm not even picked by a boy. I have to
Yeah.
settle. Like
Yeah.
they have to break protocol and have me dance with a girl.
I think the only thing that maybe would have been worse is if she had to dance with the teacher.
Oh
you
my
know?
god, yeah, that'd be embarrassing. Unless it was, if I was a boy, Miss Midgie. that'd
Yeah,
be,
well, that'd be fine. That'd be fine. He'd be happy.
I'd be like, cool, right?
He'd be at eye level to
I
them as
I know, I
well.
know. I'd be like,
Um,
wow,
oh darn.
oh man,
Um, yeah, and it's she goes into this saying that she like let Zachary know that you're leading
yeah, yeah.
because
Because
she knows the dance better.
yeah,
So she's going to be in control of the situation.
yeah, and I
Um,
really like it. We talked about this prior to the conversation here, and I'd love for you to share an example of like I asked Shiny like what part of this story she identified with the most, and she said this part because it reminded
yes.
if you want to go into that, that was a great
Yeah. So it reminded me of any time that I had to do a project in school with other people because this sounds like I'm bragging, but I was really good at school. I was straight A's all the way through until I hit university, except for one D that we don't talk about when I was homeschooled, but that was just because I didn't do any work.
okay.
But but all the way through school, apart from that 1 year or one semester, I got straight A's. I was good at school. And so anytime I had to do a group project, I went into that group project knowing that I would do the bulk of the work because I wasn't going to get a bad grade because somebody else was not a good student or didn't want to put the effort in.
You were not, yeah, you had a standard. You want to keep that standard.
Exactly.
You know.
And I identified, even though this is about dancing and not about a school project, it's still I identified with that aspect of no, I'm gonna make sure we're good. It doesn't matter what you do.
It doesn't
I've
matter.
got this.
It
I'll
also
take
doesn't matter
control.
if you have to do more work. It didn't matter.
Yeah, it
It
didn't matter. I did the bulk of the work on most shared projects that I took on because I wanted it done the way I wanted it done because that
yeah.
was my standard.
Yes.
I've
Yes.
I've even done that to Itchy. He did something for the stream, and I'm like, no, 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 I fix it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
So
standard is
he's
real high here.
experienced it.
Oh yeah. That's why this lasts so long. This stream.
I've got standards.
Yeah. Keeps me in line.
Uh,
But anyways, yeah. So that's a great this observation about that whole thing. She knows she's the better dancer, and she knows like it's like I'm not gonna let this guy make me look bad because I
yeah.
know like it. Even I have 5 stars, and these two girls that
Mm,
I want to be have 5 stars, and they picked I'm sure they had the cream of the crop of dancers in
yeah.
in that little exchange. So
Hmm.
I'm not gonna like I'm gonna really direct this thing.
Yeah. There's a moment here which again, because I had little questions all the way through this. And there's a moment here that caused me to have another one of those little moments of question because it says if you dance well, you may be picked to demonstrate. That fine, but then it says, and you know which boy will be picked. You know who is picked
Yeah.
to
She
demonstrate nearly every time. And this is where I went, is she in love with dance and just wants to be the best dancer, or does she want to be the best dancer because it gets her close to Eric?
I think it's a little bit of both.
Mm,
Two motivations. She knows that dancing is the only thing that's going to get her out of her caste. Um,
mm,
And by doing that, as the byproduct is to get to be with this boy Eric. But she's also, I feel it's like she knows social situations. Like she's has like, if this happens, this will make this go into effect. Like she knows how
Mm-hmm.
to almost uh, prime the environment to her needs. If she knows, like, okay, she's always like the probabilities. She's good at making situations to go in her favor if it goes that way. Uh,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
she'd be a hell of a person to work near, like another a colleague, like someone trying to. She just
Yeah.
seems like someone who would go through anything to get a promotion. Like knows what to do, knows what to say, knows what not to say. Like
Mm.
she's like here, she's trying to she's trying to create this trajectory, and doesn't know, like she's like, oh, this is a move. This could work. This could work because this person gets
Yeah.
picked, and I can get picked, and then we put us both together. It's just wow. Just to think that
Mm-hmm.
much, this brings me back. I mean, and like I said, I'm not looking at this story and judging her, because at this time, when you're in love in this time of your life, you can't. I used to hate when adults would be like, "Oh, he has a puppy love. Oh, yeah, you're just a little kid. What do you feel?" I'm like, these feelings are so huge. They're your world. A
Mm-hmm.
number or a note from someone, a significant other, it's. I remember getting notes in the class when I was little, and like couldn't wait to get home, or it felt like they were burning in my pocket because I couldn't wait to read
Yeah.
them. And so I know that this is how it's do or die.
Yeah. Well, I remember I had more boyfriends in first and second grade than I ever did as an adult. But when I was when I was in first grade, there was a boy who you could only share your lunch with the person you sat with. And I always had gummy bears. I don't know where my grandpa got them from, but he always brought home like a 5 pound bag of gummy bears.
Yeah.
So every day on my lunch, I had a little Tupperware cup full of gummy bears. And this one boy in the class loved gummy bears. So he
Mm.
always chose me to sit next to him. And I was fine with this. I was absolutely fine with this because uh, I just like sitting with him. We had a good time talking. He paid attention to me. He didn't like just sit there and say, "Give me your gummy bears." So this is
Mm.
absolutely fine with me. That this is how I drew him to me. But like I was also 5.
Yeah. Yes.
um,
Yeah.
but then his name was Kevin. But then the next year, I think he might have been a third grader. And the way the classrooms worked is first through third grade was all in one classroom because I went
Hmm.
to church school, so they were smaller. And then so I think the next year when I was in second grade, he went to the next classroom. So
Mm.
this boy left. And then my best friend became this boy named Abraham. Now, as a child, I had decided that I would change my name to Sarah because Abraham and Sarah were the characters in the Bible who were married. And I was like, I'm going to change my name to Sarah. We're going to get married. And it's really funny because I now work in the creative field, but I had decided that um, he was going to write children's books and I was going to illustrate them. Like I had
Yeah.
our
Yeah.
life planned out.
That's what you do when you're that young. So,
Yeah. So it
so
was very serious to me,
yeah,
regardless of the
yeah,
fact that I haven't seen him since I was 8, probably.
yeah.
But
So this girl is trying to really change the social dynamic with any way she can, and this is one of the ways to do it at this dance.
hmm
Freemy said, definitely it's hard to say it's not both. Yeah, both things. She likes dance. She likes this boy. This happens to.
hmm
I think that the like two things. It's the greatest combination for her in terms of
hmm
like it could really elevate her. First of all,
Yeah.
she would have a boyfriend, and then also she would be
hmm
popular too. Um,
Yeah.
great combination of things for that she needs. She feels like she needs more than anything.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's interesting because she feels power in this moment because she knows she's good.
Yeah.
She
Yeah.
knows she's good at dancing, and no, she's not always picked. Obviously,
Yeah.
sometimes if Cara and Patricia also have 5 stars, she's clearly not the only one good, but
Mm-hmm.
she knows that she can be good enough to beat them.
Yeah.
And she sees nervousness in Patricia when
Mm.
Miss Miggy is gonna choose
Yeah.
because she knows that it's not a given that it will be Patricia
Yeah.
because sometimes she gets chosen.
And
So
she loves that. She loves the fact that Patricia has to feel like her for a moment, just for one moment. And
mhm.
throughout the rest of the day in her school life or her life, she's popular. But at this moment, they're on the same field. They're on level ground with each other, and
Yeah.
it makes her feel good. So let's go. So what happens? So Patricia and Kara, we kind of get the first evidence that we how we find out that how they feel about her. This is
Yeah.
They said, "Do not look
Because
at Patricia and
it's
Kara as they extend their tongues at you." So they're like making
yeah,
fun
because
of her.
well,
Uh,
they're reacting to the fact that she's just been chosen. Because the line right before that is that Miss Miggy has pointed at our 6th grader to say, "You're the one who's going to do the demonstration for me."
yeah, yeah, yeah,
So that's their direct response to her being chosen is that they stick out their tongues at her. And Zachary gives her a rude gesture, an
yeah,
explicit hand gesture. So, none of these people that she's talking about have reacted well to the fact that she's been chosen. Um, and then we get a little bit more insight that, forget you weigh 69 pounds. Stop wanting breasts so badly. So clearly she's not developing as much as the other kids her age
yeah,
either. So she doesn't also have the name brand. It says, "So what if your skirt isn't Calvin Klein?"
yeah. That kind of and that's unfortunately that's one of the things, and it's one of the things I like that they have uniforms in schools sometimes because
Mm,
what a way to really ostracize somebody is through clothing, brand names, and
yeah.
it's brutal.
And
Um,
do you know what's so sad to me, especially because I wasn't always a popular kid, but I remember doing that to other kids.
mm,
I wore hand-me-downs, but I got my hand-me-downs from one of the rich girls at school who was older than me. There was a boy whose family only ever bought him stuff from Goodwill. And Goodwill in the 80s meant that everything came from the 70s. So so this
yeah.
kid had a very interesting style. Actually, if it was today, it would probably be considered very cool. But at the time, we actually this is so awful. We called him pizza pants because he had pants that were red and white checked like Pizza Hut tablecloths in the 80s.
Whoa.
And like we were
I want to wear
mean
that. I
to
want to wear
him.
that. Yeah.
I know. I was like, I would 100%
That
wear
looks
those
pretty
now.
cool. Yeah,
Be
yeah,
like, let me call him up and find him. No. But do like kids are mean about stuff that stands out from
yeah,
the group.
yeah, and they won't hold back. So
No.
but we learned so much. We learned about Patricia and Kara's uh, um, behavior towards her. We learned that she is not developed. That's from this little
Mm-hmm.
paragraph. It's so revealing. We learned that she's
Mm-hmm.
very skinny.
Yeah.
Could be a topic for more authorization. She wears
Mm-hmm.
glasses. That's another.
Yeah.
This feel like fodder for for people to come at you for.
Mm-hmm.
And then we're getting the economic situation. Maybe I'm assuming that she probably doesn't have a lot of money. Doesn't Her family doesn't have
No.
afford things. So
No. It's certainly not money to spend on
yeah,
expensive
yeah,
things that don't have value. A Calvin Klein skirt dresses you no better than a Kmart skirt. You
Yeah,
know,
yeah,
they still clothe you just the same.
yeah,
So,
yeah. So I just like again, like when we do these stories, we like it's important for us to read between the lines. This we always pick up on implications. The author's not saying these. They didn't say that she didn't have money.
mhm,
She just said, "What if your skirt is not Calvin Klein?" That's I feel that's more impactful to say something like that,
mhm,
or to say that I'm standing in line to be picked and I'm nervous. It speaks volumes. It says a lot.
mhm.
It just you get a you're getting like this. We're getting like this description, this character analysis, this character description a lot clearer,
Mhm.
based on people's reactions and based on her insecurities. So what
Yeah.
if you wear glasses? If someone says, "So what if you wear glasses?" That means that I would think that you got made fun of in the past.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Um,
Um, and it's interesting because at this moment we also get some insight into Eric
yeah, yeah.
because it says there is a secret between you and Eric Cassio.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Because of course he was the boy who was picked to demonstrate. So now she's she is face to face with him, toe to toe, ready to dance with him. And, you know, they have a secret.
Yeah.
And the secret is that he likes to dance. He's not there because he has to be. I mean, he is. They're all
Mm-hmm.
required to be there. But he would maybe have wanted to be there regardless.
Yeah.
Um,
And
and
maybe
she knows it.
dancing is like more maybe a feminine type.
Yeah, it would. I'm sure, especially if I'm thinking about if we think about this in terms of when Julie was in sixth grade, she would have been. It would have been probably 73. It probably would have been late 70s,
Mm.
or early 80s. So she this would especially be a time where acceptance of any feminine qualities would be really looked down on in a
Oh well,
boy.
it's also in the South. It has its own. This has its own
Yes, the South remains that way
hurdles.
in a lot of
Yeah,
ways.
yeah. But it's I didn't think of the time period, but in the 70s, I'm thinking you had like Saturday Night Fever. People in the
That's
movies
true.
were depicting
That's true.
John Travolta. People were. It was very cool to be John Travolta. In that time, like there was a lot of.
I think in within certain circles it was. I don't think that was across the board.
Yeah.
Because I
Okay.
think in
Yeah.
those films like he was treated kind of badly for wanting to dance.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, there is there. Hello. Oh, sorry about that.
Yeah. No, it's okay.
I heard distortion. I'm like, oh my god! I felt like it was on a
I
walkie-talkie for a second. Did you hear
I
that?
thought there was a dog. It's like you don't have a dog.
That's odd. Um. So. So yeah, I for me said, well, they pretend they aren't interested. Are you talking about this people like
Like boys in dance
like I
or
think boys in general, like they'll put on this, they'll feign interest
mm,
or not, they're feign not being interested, but they really are.
disinterest.
They'll feign disinterest, but they really want to because of they don't want this.
Yeah.
They don't want this the stigma of like wanting to dance and they're boys. So I mean, at
Yeah.
least that's what I get. And she knows that he likes to dance. So they
Yeah,
have
well,
this.
because they were punished together.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah. That's a good
they were
rule.
both late. And so they were sent to transplant peas from little plastic pots um into these big terracotta pots. And
Mm,
she remembers details. Their hands touched when they were both reaching into the bag of soil. When she got cold, he gave her a sweater. Um, and later, when you were cleaning up, the water was running. No one could
mm.
hear him. He told you he liked to dance. So it wasn't that she accidentally found out. He decided to share this information with her.
Mm. And she likes dance. So when you maybe admire somebody and they confide in you and say that they like something and it happens to be the thing that you like the most. You go in your
Hmm.
mind, you go, oh, this is great. We're linked.
Yeah.
This is
And
it.
it
We can get
says,
like we can get married and have kids. Like we could do this, have
yeah,
this whole
I had it
life.
all planned.
Yeah, all planned out.
It's interesting because it says the fact that he ignored you at lunch that day, at recess, and every day afterward, even the fact that he is now Patricia's boyfriend,
Ooh,
does not matter. He likes to dance. Look into his eyes and he will remember he told you.
yeah,
So now we get another reason why Patricia and Kara don't like her
and
because
yeah.
she's dancing with Patricia's boyfriend.
Oh, okay. That's good. That's a very important detail. It's also too
And
that
I,
I feel like I didn't pick up on this before, but when someone is like I say less popular than you, or maybe uh, on the sideline of the social order, you I don't I always see that, and I've been in that like that sometimes in certain situations at work or in school, especially in my when I went for my undergrad.
mhm.
Like people will like give like reveal things to you because they're like, well, like popular people will talk to you and will let you know information because they're like, well, you're where is it going? It's not really going
Mm,
anywhere. So like, I find that some people reveal things to others because they know that like they sense that maybe he senses that she's cool. She is cool, but she's real compared to
mhm.
all these people
Mhm.
around, and so he feels comfortable to admit that, but also he feels comfortable that he knows that he's admitting it and it's not going to go anywhere because she's
Mhm.
not really popular. It's just gonna the information is gonna stay there, and if he maybe he told that to somebody else that were in the cool kids club, that they would maybe make fun of him or use it against him. But so I find that it's a little condescending that oh, I'll tell you because you don't really matter. But like
Yeah.
I can't
Yeah.
really I don't want to be
Yeah.
seen with you, but you're cool enough. Like I know you're cool, but we just can't
Yeah.
we can't be together.
He still has self-preservation
Yeah,
because
yeah, and we see that later in the story
he
too. Yeah,
yeah, yeah, for sure. Um but she kind of lives in this moment.
yeah,
He puts his arm around her. His hand is free of warts.
yeah,
Um the dance requires that they maintain eye contact. Um and she smiles at him. She just feels so at ease, I
yeah,
feel like, in this moment.
yeah,
Um, and that really says something to me because she's in her element at this moment.
yeah. And it, like a in any other situation in the school, like the house always wins,
Hmm.
but not today. Like this is she could change things. There's enough thing like she has enough in her favor to do something to make this girl's boyfriend, to make them envious of her, and to show her class who she is. She wants to be understood at the core of it,
Hmm.
and we see situations like this happen that would back that up. But let's keep going here. Um,
So she becomes a little a little passive aggressive in this moment.
oh, she goes
Um,
past the yeah,
because when she's dancing with Eric, she is dancing with Eric. He's talking about, and the cha-cha is a sexy dance. I know they're making children do it, but it is a sexy dance.
and
And it talks
she has
about
rhythm. She has rhythm. So
she has rhythm.
she's pouring everything.
Practicing.
Yeah, yeah. She knows her
Yeah,
stuff.
she's been watching her mother do the hip motion, so she's got it down as well. And she and Eric have this communication that's between their bodies in a way rather than, they don't have to say anything to each other. And, it says, as you change directions, catch Patricia's eye for one moment.
Ooh,
Give your hips the Cuban motion. Make her watch. And I'm like, damn.
yeah. Make her suffer. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like she wants this to hurt
Yeah.
Patricia,
Yeah.
Um and it says even here that smile at Eric. He will smile back just with the corner of his mouth. He is remembering transplanting the peas. He does not smile at Patricia that way. That is a smile for
For
you.
you. Mm. Yeah.
So
See.
she still, regardless of the fact that he won't speak to her normally, she still feels that they have this special little thing that's just for them. It's a connection for them.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So I really, as much as, I don't want to be like applauding her for being a little bit vindictive there. I I really liked this part because it showed her kind of like owning her power in that moment.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's sure enough, it says the next day, watch out, you will pay for that moment with Eric.
Wear pants for God's sakes. Take no chances.
Yeah.
I'm thinking like because there's so much on emphasis on her bony knees that
Hmm.
she doesn't want to give them ammunition.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
cover yourself up.
She also, I don't, I think she's preparing for some physical repercussions as well.
Mm. Mm.
Um,
We know what these
Especially
girls are
because
capable of.
yeah, they're gonna play field hockey. I don't know if you've ever
Oh,
played field hockey, but there's some danger happening in field hockey.
yes, yes, they can get.
You can get
You get. She
back
might.
back hit, like when somebody swings back with the stick, you can get hit in the head.
Yeah, and
Like
a lot of the
it can
stuff
be
could be done
dangerous
done on purpose too.
on purpose, but looks like an accident.
Yeah.
It's very
Oh,
easy
yeah.
to play it off as
Yeah.
oh, I didn't know that they were behind me,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Um, and sure enough, they trip her.
Yeah.
Kara trips her,
This is so.
and she falls, and she's hurt.
Hmm.
Her glasses break. She cuts her chin. She just has to lay there for a minute to, 'cause she's kind of hurt in this moment. Um,
But I mean, another reason they're probably trying to hurt her is just they don't want her to dance good.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's unfortunate. He's
If
vindictive.
she sprains her ankle, how will she be able to dance?
Yeah,
Um,
kids are
so,
ruthless.
at home it says seek medical assistance. Do not let anything heal improperly. You will need that body later.
Wow.
Um, and it's so true. I was talking to a colleague today about that, about how when we're younger, we don't often think about the fact that whatever we do to our body when we're younger is gonna come back for us
Hmm.
later.
Yeah.
You know, um, if you take care of yourself when you're like younger, maybe your body lasts better for longer.
Yeah. Yeah. That's true.
So I thought that was really interesting. But she also is very keen to make sure she's healthy and in
Yeah.
good shape because she can't dance if she's not.
Yeah. And that's her one way. Like I said, her one way in to popularity.
Hmm. Yeah. And there's
Um.
a great line at the end of this at the end of this section that says, "Tell yourself that the moment with Eric was worth it. 20 years later, you will still think so."
Yeah. 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 It's you really feel that this means the world to her.
Hmm.
This opportunity, like,
Yeah.
and doesn't matter whatever it takes to get there. If that means that she
Hmm.
has to nurse a wound, it's fine. It's all worth it. Um,
Yeah.
so that weekend something will happen that will seem like a miracle. Uh,
Yeah.
and this is like our first kind of another an age change of scene here. We were
Mm-hmm.
at school, but this gets this is a whole our first like kind of false interaction in a way. Well, Patricia will call you on the phone. These Kara and Patricia are like her the antagonists of the story. Why are they calling her?
Mm-hmm.
Um, they invite
Yeah,
her.
the last interaction she has is being tripped by one of them.
Yeah, and then now
And
they're calling her. They said they want to meet her and Kara at Uptown Square.
yep, they want to go to the mall with her, which is a
Yeah,
thing that these two do together,
and
you
going
know.
and going to the mall at this age is an
Oh,
event.
means the
Means
world.
event. I go to the mall sometimes to pick up something for Christmas or as an afterthought. But when you're little, I mean, it was the mall and the roller rink were two places that it was like you
Yeah.
didn't really have. The mall allowed you to have some autonomy.
Submit. Yeah, because a lot of times parents would say, right, you're inside in an enclosed space. As long
Yeah.
as you're in there, you're safe.
Mm-hmm.
So go run. Like the multiple times when I lived in America and I went to the mall, there were kids between like 11 and 15
Walking
who
in
were just
groups.
walking around in groups. It was very much the thing that you did when you
It was
couldn't drive yet.
it was a yeah it was a place where you knew that especially if you liked somebody that I'm gonna go to this mall at this time with my friends and it was discussed that this person I like will be in this group going to the mall around the same time. So we will
Mm-hmm.
meet and talk.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I think malls will always be around for those situations. And the same for the roller rink.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, as much as I'm a person who can be online, uh, quite a bit of the time, I still can't imagine being a kid and not having the mall to like go to
Yeah.
just as a place to like hang out. Because I spent a lot of time in the mall, and I didn't like shopping, but I would go to the bookstore,
Yeah. Or just see,
and
I would just
and
meet somebody. It was just you have the
yeah, just to
freedom.
walk.
Yeah, the
It was
freedom.
a place to just walk around because my mom would not necessarily let me do that. Well, we lived in Tennessee, so there wasn't like good sidewalks to walk on. So my mom really wouldn't have let me do that any other place. The
Hmm.
mall was, there's no cars because you're inside. So
Hmm.
it's like it really is this like safety to just walk around. And if it doesn't matter what the weather's doing because you're
And if
inside,
you live in the south, it has air conditioner and
that's true as
it's
well.
hot as hell
Very true.
outside. It's like one of the only places that you can go and
Have a walk and not melt.
bask in the AC.
Yeah.
Freemy says a good point. Maybe Eric Cassio, his personality of softer side interests, really did mean more to Julia. She realized and saw out that inner connection later in life, and I think it's true. Like it was like her first. Maybe I think she has this. I mean, she has these above average social skills or an analysis of the social order. But
Hmm.
he is like, I don't know. It's like she sees his reaction to her and like admitting that he likes dance is like it's almost breaking the it's going against the standards or going against the things that she realized. Maybe she has it all figured out and boys like this and girls like this. People, I mean, she's seen it from perspective of being made fun of, so she probably thinks everybody's mean and
Hmm.
fake. And then she sees this boy who is popular, somewhat popular, and he's he's not afraid to be to show that side of himself. So he like it was like her only. It was like a situation that defied what she thought people were, and it makes
It also I think means something to her. You
yeah,
know,
yeah. It
this
gives her
is
some faith. It's a faith in humanity.
having well, but having a secret with someone automatically makes you special.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
He decided to share something with her that no one else knows about him.
Yeah.
And I can think back to when I was that age and that would have been enough fuel for me to believe that I meant the world to this person. You
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
they chose to tell me something
Yeah.
that they don't tell everyone else. So I must be important to them.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Mm-hmm.
and you see that
Someone
in
made an
her. The
effort.
fact that
Yeah.
yeah, the fact that she says he has a smile just for her. So she, I feel like this sixth grade self absolutely believes that it means something that he told her that.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and you know, but she still has this desire to be accepted by the popular group. And so when Patricia asks her to go shopping, she absolutely will go, despite the
Maybe
fact that,
yeah.
she wants this girl's boyfriend. She still will go because it's an opportunity to
To
be accepted by the
be
cool
part of it.
kids.
Yeah. And then, you don't know,
Um,
she's also like she's riding on the momentum of that experience. Like look at like
mhm,
she's in her mind, like we don't know. She could be like, "Wow, it's working.
mhm.
I'm already getting elevated here. I danced with this guy
Yeah,
once, and
yeah.
now these people want to talk to me. And now it's looking up. I could see how that would in her mind. She's excited that things are is finally the tide is changing. Right. That's
Mhm.
it's like this is the first sign of the change.
Yeah, and she takes a lot of care with her appearance to meet them.
Yeah.
She asks her mother to drive her, and this spoke volumes to me as well because you ask your mother to drive you to the mall and she will consent. Surprise and relief plain on her face. Her mother knows that she's not popular. Her mother is concerned
Mm,
about her not having friends.
yeah. Yeah. Oh, so you're saying that it's like her way, like to what's that? She seeks that validation by telling her mom this. Is
Well,
it?
I think
So she.
I have to step out of this for a minute and say, like, looking at it from the point of view of an author writing it, I think I think Julie put this line in to further emphasize how ostracized this girl is.
Mm,
How like her mother is concerned about her. So clearly it's very obvious that she is not fitting in, that she does not have friends.
yeah. It's like you may be feeling this, but it's being confirmed by people outside of yourself.
Mhm.
Yeah. So let's go back into this. We go to this. We go to the. We kind of see that when you arrive at the entrance of Uptown Square. Um, marble arches, potted palms. You will pretend to see Patricia and Kara inside.
Yeah, she doesn't want her mom to know anything but that she is going into the mall to meet her friends.
Yeah, and she's almost she's going through her motions before she gets there.
Mhm.
You will kiss your mother and watch her drive away. Then you will stand beside the potted palms and wait for Patricia and Kara. You will take off your broken glasses and put them in your pocket and adjust the hem of your shirt. Okay, it's weird because it's odd the way it's written because it's like she's going through a list. Like I have to do this, I have to do
Mhm.
that, but then the list is also it's not like it seems like she wrote this list before she gets there, but she's like it's I'm getting a depiction that this is happening at this moment because she's like
Mhm.
you will wait there for 10 minutes, 15 minutes, like 20 minutes. Like how would she know that unless she's there?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like she's going through it at that moment.
And then
Um
and then she's like it's a long time. She's waiting, and she's like doesn't want to. This is sad too. Like she doesn't want to use the bathroom just in case they come.
in case she misses them,
Yeah,
yeah.
so she's like runs in there and like darts back out. And
Um but she comes to the realization they're not coming. Um
she goes, stop this. They are not coming.
yeah.
Go like I love these short sentences, terse statements. Stop this. Period.
Yeah.
They are not coming. Period. Go inside.
Yeah.
And now it's like go inside and pretend that you are not there. Like put on the illusion that you're not waiting for anybody. Pretend that you're just
Yeah.
at the mall.
Yeah. Don't waste time thinking about drowning yourself.
Yeah.
Like again, that's this kind of almost offhand statement that speaks volumes.
Yeah.
She's so torn up about this, but she's just carrying on.
Yeah. She's like, don't let them see you
Um,
cry kind of mentality.
yeah.
Don't bother
Um,
imagining your funeral with your classmates in black clothes on a treeless stretch of lawn. If you die, you will not be there to see it, and your classmates probably won't be there either. She's she's wondering if she'd even be if she's like imagining
I,
suicide.
she's definitely catastrophizing now.
Yeah, yeah,
I'd
yeah.
recognize that anywhere.
No, I've I've been in situations where you wonder like what people will think of you if something happened. I've been there. I think a lot of people have been there. You think about how would I be viewed? Who would care
Oh,
enough? Yeah, yeah,
absolutely. The most common negative self-talk that I ever have is no one will care if you're not here.
yeah, yeah. And
So I don't mean to belittle that feeling at all because
no,
I
no, no.
understand it.
Oh yeah, yeah. But it also goes to even thinking like how would people react? Not even if it's an absence but an absence in life.
Yeah.
People think like that often.
But again, this
Um,
speaks to how important these things are
yeah,
when you're a sixth grader.
yeah. Like I
You
said,
know,
she has the
this
momentum.
humiliation
Yeah,
is huge for her.
you don't shed that later in life. That's stuff that sticks with you.
Nope.
That will
Not
those
without a lot of
you
counseling.
people yeah no people like in those uh that could change that could affect the trajectory of your life. Decide just because of a situation like that, it could determine what kind of career you want.
Yeah, it
It
could be
could
for good as
it
well as for bad.
yeah, yeah. I mean, like
It could be the thing that spurs her to greatness.
yeah, or something that is like some hard core belief that you like. I would never wait. Like you imagine, like some people talk to you and they have like those idiosyncrasies and I never like she could have a thing where I don't like she's dating people in her 20s and she's like I don't ever like someone's like oh I'll meet you here, she's like I don't meet people anywhere
No,
ever.
you'll pick me up.
Yeah, and they're like wow that's weird. She's like yeah I don't do that. Like
Hmm. Hmm.
that's how psychologically scarring these situations are to people.
Hmm.
That it's like no one will ever do that to me again.
Hmm.
So we have so she's thinking this to me it's really poignant scene because she's not only she's upset about being stood up, but she's
Hmm.
also she realizes it's a joke and it's gonna be repercussions the next day in school
Hmm.
and she's gonna have to do something. She doesn't want to show them that it affected her
Hmm.
and that is and that's true like she's like I this happened I'm not gonna go around and um, just be I'm not gonna let this ruin I'm not gonna give them the satisfaction of seeing me
No,
that to know that this how much this affected me even though it destroyed my soul.
no, that's true. And she decides that she's gonna do that through retail therapy.
Yeah, she has her mother's credit card and she goes to a store and she buys this dress.
This
She
dress that's beautiful.
yeah
It seems to be a store. Maison Blanche seems to be a store that she wouldn't normally have clothes from.
yeah
Um, it's a very she went to the preteen section, but it seems to be quite a adult dress as well. Um, and she tries it on and she feels herself for a minute, you know? She's flipping her hair, she's twirling
Yeah,
in front of the mirror, and she decides to buy it. She's got her mother's credit card. I don't think I would have had the like balls to do that.
I would have ate.
I'd be like,
Knowing me, I would have went to the.
you would
I would have went to the
I've
food
been like,
court.
I'm gonna go get to the Sbarro. No.
Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna eat like so much dough that I'm gonna keel over. Yeah, that's
I would have, do you know what? I was such a good kid. I would have been like, I need to phone my mom and ask her if I can spend $58.
Yeah, no. Yeah, she just wants to. And her mom, like based, what you talked about. Her mom knows that she's not popular.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's why she gave her that credit card. Like, hey, we don't want to. I don't want to put any. I don't want to put any barriers in front of you because I'm not sure how many times this will happen. Let's just make sure that you can have money. I don't want them to feel that even though we may not be able to afford it. I can give you any cash. We'll pay it back. You have an opportunity to go, be with friends. You don't have friends, so
Yeah.
Here's a credit card. Go. So I don't think that the price of the dress would really. I think the mom was just trying to help her out.
Yeah, I think the mom would have found a way to pay for it.
Yeah.
Even if it took her, 2 months to pay off her credit card bill. Because we don't know what their situation is.
Yeah,
maybe
but
$58 is a huge amount of their,
it's
excess money
it's
for
worth,
the month or
it's
whatever.
worth making sure that her daughter is doing all right because
Yeah.
like we don't she needs to, this money will pay back in social acceptance, but we don't know that.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we
she
got
said,
school this next week will be hell.
yeah, she knows it. She knows that they're gonna rub this in her face. They'll tell everyone about it with pride.
Yeah. I mean, they already were. They're not above giving tormenting her. They already hit her in the field hockey. So what are they? They're capable of being mean.
And she is willing to take all of this
Yeah.
because she got to dance with Eric and he refused to act like she made him sick.
No, she didn't. He didn't act like she was a leper.
Yeah.
This is the first. I use the word. I've been using the word social order a lot. That phrase because she even says it.
Yeah. She's like, this
is a threat.
This is a threat to the social order.
So the fact that he accepted her is a threat to the social order, and she likes that.
Mm-hmm.
She likes that this guy is breaking protocol, so to speak, which is not not easy to do, especially back then. I think popularity means everything.
Mm-hmm. So by Tuesday afternoon it will become unbearable.
Oh, so
she's only made it through Monday and half a Tuesday. And already she can't take all of the, residual abuse that's being hurled her way. They start asking her things like, how many hours did you wait? Did you cry? Did you believe you had a pretend friend? Did you have to call your mommy? They
were ruthless, unbearable.
Yeah. Yeah.
She's like a ninja. She's controlling her emotions.
Mm-hmm.
She's just taking it all in. She doesn't want to show that this is affecting her, even though it is, because she knows that if it affects her, that it would trigger her, and then some of the stuff does, like, you can't afford a dress for Mason Blanche. I did. No, you didn't. I think you bought a diaper.
Mm-hmm.
It's and then they make fun of the color.
Mm-hmm. And they're like, they don't even have a dress like that there, as if these two girls know every single dress that's in this shop.
They just know that this is affecting her, and she's playing into it. For as smart as she is, she plays into things. She
Mm-hmm.
and we learned that, and
Well, it says finally you understand the vocabulary word ostracize.
yeah, yeah. So this is what is this Wednesday now? She's
On
uh
Wednesday, she decides to take the dress to school to
oh
prove
yeah, and that's
that
we
she
were
bought it.
and this again, we were talking about this before we had this stream, and it always goes back to we have this, and it's inherent, we have this need to be understood as people,
Mm-hmm.
and we have to let people know. We say it all the time, as a vegan, as a Christian,
Mm-hmm.
as a Democrat, as a Republican, as you know, we always preface these things because we want people to understand us. It's just this need, incessant need,
Mm-hmm.
and it's really an exercise to say, even if you were a mechanic and you knew how to do something, someone was talking down to you like you didn't know how to do it, they didn't know you were a mechanic. It takes a
Mm-hmm.
lot of willpower just to sit there and to go, okay, okay, no problem.
I
And
don't have that
no, you don't have
willpower.
the
I've been
willpower.
like,
No, Shiny
you
is like,
know what? I'm a
I
mechanic.
I'm a mechanic. I know this. I have
I
a
know how
thing.
to do this.
Yeah, no, 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 no.
I
You
have
know,
a 4-year degree in
yeah,
whatever.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. And
I don't. I have no chill when it comes to this.
no, but it's like, it's a need to be understood, because if you're really
Mm.
comfortable with yourself, doesn't matter what the person thinks of you, doesn't matter what
Mm-hmm.
impression they have of you. You have an understanding that this is your skill. This is what you have. She didn't have to bring that dress to
Mm-hmm.
school,
No,
but she did it.
she did
She did
not.
it because she wanted to be understood. She wanted them to know that oh, I did. I don't care what you say. And it doesn't
Mm-hmm.
matter. It really doesn't matter if she had to dress or not. They're gonna think what they want, and that's how it is. Like I
Yeah.
don't care if I was a mechanic and I was being talked down to, and this person was talking to me like I didn't know anything about cars, and I knew everything he
Mm-hmm.
was saying, but I just sat there like I didn't.
Mm-hmm.
Like just to have, like, I don't need to prove it to this person that I know this. And
I actually have proof of that. One of my friends has gone and done blacksmithing
mhm.
and learned quite a bit about blacksmithing because of it. And probably not most people know this, but I used to role play for Red Dead Redemption 2. And essentially, it's like being in a play, but you just, or like a reenactor, maybe would be more like what it
Yeah,
is. You
yeah.
just go pretend to be in the time period of the game, live in your life. Maybe there's drama. You have a story with other people. But one of my friends in this game wanted to role play as a blacksmith. Not the friend who has actual blacksmith experience.
Hmm.
And one time, the friend role playing as a blacksmith said something, and it was inaccurate, but he didn't know that. He hadn't, done a full deep dive into blacksmithing. And the other friend who knew about blacksmithing just said, "Oh, I think you'll find," and explained it. And my friend who was role playing the blacksmith like doubled down. Was like, "No, you don't know what you're talking about." Blah 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 blah, and carried on.
Hmm.
My friend who knew the blacksmithing didn't come back at him. He just went, "Okay," because he
Yeah,
knew what he knew. He didn't have to prove it to this other guy. He
exactly.
didn't have to ruin that other guy's,
Yeah,
plan for the day. So he let it go.
and I know I say, I'm not trying to sound like I have some guru of patience that I think we all want to prove things to people all the time. It's just
Mm,
you just realize that it's just, even understanding that is to will put you ahead in terms of
hmm
that dynamic. But we see in the story how even with bringing the dress, it doesn't work out for her. What happens when she brings
No,
it?
and in fact, when I read that line, "Next day you will take the dress to school," I went, "Oh no."
Yeah, me too. Me too.
I
I go.
knew. I knew
This
where it was
is
gonna go. I knew it so
this is
clearly.
not this is not good. So,
Because bullies don't care about the truth.
no,
They don't.
no,
Um, and Patricia and Kara get a hold of it, and of course, she tries to get it back, and in the process of trying to get it back, the dress rips. She didn't even get a chance to wear it. Um,
yeah, yeah,
and
yeah. Now she doesn't have. Now her parents or her mom's paying off this dress that's not doesn't she can't even wear anymore.
yeah.
It's torn, it's tarnished.
Um, and it's interesting because she remembers, she's upset about it.
Yeah.
And also Eric has seen this as well.
Mm.
He's seen what happened to the
He's in the
dress.
foreground,
And
right?
that yeah, it's his do not look at Eric Cassio. Do not
Mm.
move or speak. Wait for them to leave. Um, she gathers the rags of her dress. She takes them away, but she still waits. She doesn't want to go back in and face them. Um, and it's almost like she kind of tries to cheer herself up. Not cheer herself up, but remind herself that it's not that bad
Yeah.
because she remembers this thing she saw on the news about a brother and sister in Burma who got caught in a flood, and they watched from a rooftop as the flood stripped their house of its walls, drowned their parents against a bamboo fence, and washed their goats and chickens down the road. These kids lost everything in that moment, and all she lost was a dress.
Yeah, and I mean she and we see that she did this. She did this before.
Mm-hmm.
We see she likes to she like to understand situations where she's comparing situations to other situations to make herself feel better, or just to
Mm-hmm.
give her some perspective, like she did it with the high school kids. Like, with the high school kids worry about this with the high school kids worry about this, like you're about this dance, like you are. They'll
Mm-hmm.
forget about it, and now she does it with this story.
Yeah.
And I think that's like, I do that thing. I do that all the time. That's probably the part of the story that I identify with the most. Like, always
Mm.
just going back and decide, like, always readjusting my lens. So I
Mm.
I'm not, I go, okay, this is a setback, but we'll go forward. It could be this, and that's one of the reasons I read literature and read fiction in general, because you just read characters who have horrible situations, so you go, oh damn, I don't have it that bad.
I've often thought that's why I like dystopian fiction
Yeah, yeah, at least
because I'm like, oh, they're dealing with all this stuff. The world is ending, and they're still finding a way to be happy. I can get over my stuff.
mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah.
Um,
So
Especially
yeah,
strangely, I read a lot of dystopian fiction during the pandemic for that very reason. It's like,
exactly,
it's okay.
yeah.
I'm in a nice house with Netflix. It's okay.
Yeah, yeah. So
Um,
I kind of want to go a little further here.
yeah,
Yeah, kind of,
she's dressed nicely, but she's at home
yeah,
with her mom. They're baking cookies,
yeah,
and then there's someone at the door.
yeah,
And her mom goes to get the door and then comes back and says, "There's a boy at the door for you."
yeah.
Um, and he says he wants to ride bikes. She's like, this confuses her, I think, a little bit. And
Well,
she says,
she
"Who?"
yeah,
Her mom
she
says, "I don't know. He's blonde." So, and in that moment, she knows who it is.
yeah. Who else could it be?
Yeah, because it's like, do not drop the tray of cookies on the kitchen tile. It's like, oh.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but then, he's there in her kitchen, Eric, and he has something for her. Um, he told his mom what happened at school, and his mom bought her another dress.
Mm-hmm.
And, he brought it over to her. And I have to think, we don't know how he told that story to his mom,
Yeah.
but I kind of think he must have told it with quite a lot of sympathy. And,
Yeah.
you know, he could have told it like, oh, it was awful. She had this lovely dress. She was so proud of it. And then these girls took it from her and ripped it apart.
Mm-hmm.
We have no idea how the story was told to the mom.
Yeah. But we see that, I mean, that part of him, like a Freeman was saying, that he's a sensitive soul. He's aware of these things.
Hmm.
He cares in his own way. And then I get what he like. There's an interaction between them that I think it'd be. You don't mind reading that, Shiny? This little conversation between them.
Oh, yeah, he says, I told my mom what happened at school, he says. She got you this. Turn the package over. It's a clothing bag. When you open it, you will find a dress inside. A different one, dark red with a jewel neckline and two small rosettes at the hip. I know it's not the same as the other one, he says. Look at him, hard, to make sure this is not a joke. His eyes are steady and clear. Stand up and hold the dress up against you. You can see it's just the right size. Bite your lip. Look at Eric Cassio, speechless. Try to smile instead. He will understand. Patricia won the Midgies thing, he says. She told me last night. For a moment, you will feel bludgeoned. You thought it would be you and Eric Cassio. It was supposed to make all the difference.
Mm,
Patricia couldn't possibly have more stars than you. Then remember there's another important thing to ask him. Who's the boy?
mm.
Um, it's obviously him.
Yeah, it's him. Yeah.
Um, but it says, it still goes on. It says, when he raises his eyes, his expression tells you that despite the dress, despite the hybrid peas, things are not going to change at school or at Miss Midgie's. He will not take walks with you at recess or sit next to you at McDonald's. You can see he is apologizing for this, and you can choose to accept or not. And she chooses to accept.
Yeah, and you can come away with this thinking, oh, why isn't he this? Like he's pretty much saying, we could exist in this capacity, but not in school. And you may think that's a
Yeah.
loss, but when I read it, I thought it was realistic because at that time, like
Yeah.
maybe she would have done the same thing. Like, would she risk her social
I
position for
I think
somebody
she would
else?
have. Like she would have protected her social position.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Absolutely.
Yeah, she would have protected herself. That's what I meant. Like, if she was him, I think she would have done. And it was the roles were reversed. I think she would have done the same thing. And she understood that
Hmm.
it's important for him to maintain that. And but he's also and the fact that he's saying, yeah, we could hang out and do things, and it's nothing's gonna change at school, but like just the fact that he cares, I think is enough for her. I think,
Yeah, I think
and I think
so.
it kind of it levels her. I think there was like this, I feel like she had these aspirations, and it put it back into reality. Like she was going like I feel it was like a mad scientist. Like, oh yes, like I'm gonna be here and I'm gonna destroy these two girls, and I'm gonna be at the top of the social pyramid, and everyone's gonna bow down to us. Like, and then she had it all planned out, and then when he said that, I think she was able to say, okay, well, I accept this too. Is
Mm,
it really worth it? I think that it calmed her down, like her aspirations.
yeah. Yeah. You know, again, for whatever reason, whether it's her looking back or her knowing that, there's some time frame on her being in this place. She knows that long term this isn't going to matter as much as not in her day to day. She may always remember Eric fondly and always have this special memory of him, but she knows that life will go on. She knows that, they may move, there'll be a new group of kids. I think she's willing to accept this and take what she can get, which is riding bikes with him until it's time for him to go home.
Yeah.
Um,
I think
and
that's the most authentic exchange that she could ask for. I think
yeah,
that, and I think yeah, but it's like it's just that knowing that someone did this selfless gesture towards her, and it wasn't a joke. It wasn't for anything. He didn't need to do that.
no,
It made everything kind of made everything right. I think like if this story can go on, I think she'll go back to school and with a new attitude. Like I think she wouldn't let things bother her too much. As much as she's so calculated, I think that she does show her emotions based on the reactions. It's like why would they keep? It makes it like when I'm reading it, it's like wow, she doesn't. She's so stern, but I think that it's a bit of an unreliable narrator. We don't know if she's
mm,
saying this that she's like yes, look forward, don't pay attention to her, but we don't know if she's actually looking at him or doing everything opposite. Like like these lines are hopeful. If I was saying,
mm,
oh yeah, uh, if I was driving, I'd say, okay, put the car forward, go into this parking space, uh, make sure you have this much room, and then like my parking is so cockeyed. In reality,
mm,
it's not what I'm telling the reader, and I think that's what's happening here somewhat. Um, she has every moment she wants it to happen this way, but it might. I think her face because why would it seems like I feel like every situation escalated more than it had to be.
mm.
Like they were like fighting with
Yeah,
her and like taking the dress and doing all this stuff. If she knew enough to look at somebody or to give them the satisfaction, why would she bring a dress to school? So she's not as premeditated as we think she is,
yeah,
or have that ability to make the best decisions.
yeah,
Um, she may be leaving some stuff out.
yeah. No,
Mm,
that's true.
yeah, but and they great. That's like what a great little story, fitting ending.
I I really like um Pilgrims, and it makes me happy that I really liked this one as well because now I'm like, oh, I like her. It wasn't just one story was good, you know.
Yeah, yeah. We are fam. We're on it with her.
Yeah.
We're
Um
fans.
we're fan. I'm really glad I had bought the short story book instead of just
Yeah,
reading the PDFs. Because I'll probably end up reading all of the stories in there. I think there's
and we,
7 more.
yeah. I'm sure we're gonna do another one. I would love to do another one, and maybe yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, possibly personally, I would like to maybe dive into her novels.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know. See, now I don't know because I used to be a person who always reads the book first, but now with with TV series, I tend to read the TV series and then I find the book to be expanding on the information. So I don't know. I might watch the TV series and then read
Mm.
her novel
Yeah,
afterwards.
for those who weren't here before, you want to repeat.
Oh, yeah. So she wrote 2 novels and this book of short stories, and one of the novels has been uh put onto a series on Netflix um called The Transatlantic,
Yeah, I think
or
so.
just a Transatlantic. Yeah, just Transatlantic. And it is based on the Flight Portfolio, which is her novel.
Yeah.
Um,
She's not a new author. I mean, newer compared to some of the other authors we've had here. We've
mhm.
read from, but yes,
She's still
but she. I
alive,
mean, there's a
which
lot of
is already
it's
something.
a little. She's alive. This is very relevant because she has this special, this Netflix
Mhm.
adaptation. Um, so if you like the story, maybe you could. I would hopefully like we introduce the stories. We hope that you look more into the other stories that she has, and possibly even watch the series based on her story, her novel. So
Mhm.
good. I'm glad people like the deafness. I love the story so much. Thank you for introducing me to it. No problem. It makes this it's a priceless endeavor. We love the
Yeah,
fact that
I should thank Itchy for introducing me to her because he definitely did that for me. And yeah, I'm a big fan. Big
mm-hmm,
fan now.
just the Itchy Quarter Book Club Hall of Fame wall, she'll be on it.
Yeah,
You've done too. If I think
definitely.
if you hit a hat trick, then you we got to put you on that wall.
Yeah, yeah, if there's a third story and I'm into it, then that's it. She's definitely in.
You know, we were
Um,
talking on a different note. We were talking about maybe possibly having like this a more of a putting together a for the holiday, just a little care package for the listeners here, from us, from the little muñecas, like some messages from us,
from the
maybe
Muñecos.
some music recommendations and some book recommendations. That would be cool to maybe compile a list of
Hmm.
maybe some stuff that we would hope people would be into and have and maybe have some kind of relevance to this to the stories we've done.
Hmm.
Maybe include. I mean, watching that series would be something. Maybe looking into that one of her novels or any of these authors'
Hmm.
full length work. I know we did Tobias Wolff, and I just recently picked up a Tobias Wolff story, a novel. So
Hmm.
it could be part of a end of the year care package for those who are interested.
Yeah,
But anyways,
which may possibly be digital because
yes,
we're in two different places.
yeah, we're a digital affair.
A digital, yes.
So next
So
we're gonna go to our next story,
John Cheever, yeah.
John Cheever.
Um, who again, we've talked about this author before, but I'll just give you a little refresh on his life. Um, John Cheever was born to an affluent family, but uh, his father was a shoe salesman, and at the time, I guess he was dealing with handmade shoes being really sought after, or the way people bought shoes was maybe by going to see a shoe salesman, but then it became more of a mass go to a store that has tons of shoes, and it made the family fall on hard times because the shoe sales dropped out.
Mm-hmm.
um and then he tried to salvage it by making investments, but he made bad investments,
Yeah.
and they ended up losing their home. uh John wasn't very good at school, um so he ended up living with his brother, um and he won a short story contest. And after winning that, he applied to join the Yaddo Artist Colony, but they denied him at first, um, but accepted him the following year. So in 1934, he ended up joining this colony and then was tied to it for the rest of his life. It was a
Yeah.
second home for him. He may spend most of the year in a house in wherever, but every summer he would go back to this artist colony. Um, he wasn't faithful in his marriage. Uh, he wasn't particular about who he slept with. He was bisexual.
Mm.
Um, but he and his wife felt that feelings was not a reason to end a marriage. So uh, they never divorced.
Yeah.
Um, his writing had a main theme of duality in human nature.
Yeah. Hmm.
Um, the outward decorous social persona and the inner corruption, and sometimes the conflict between those two. Uh, he really liked to write characters who embodied both.
Yeah.
And we saw that, I think, in The Swimmer.
Yeah.
Um, someone who from the outside maybe appeared very proper,
Yeah.
but when we learned more about them, that wasn't really the case.
Yeah. And then also we one so this writer, I see a lot of authors writing from a perspective like the poverty and things like that, like stories of characters who are experiencing poverty. I always was what attracted me to John Cheever is that he writes about the upper middle class in a way that is very real. People are having
Hmm.
people have the most resources, but they don't know how to really handle themselves. They're still
Yeah.
experiencing the trials and tribulations of the human condition, even though they could afford probably the to see 10 psychologists if they want to, but they're still, even with the resources, they're just sputtering out. And
Hmm.
I was like that. I don't know. Maybe I just like to see rich people flounder, but it's good. He's really good
You're
at
like,
that's
yeah,
that's his
yeah.
that's his wheelhouse. Like he came from that. He is like the Tales from the Cul-de-sac. The people doing things subconsciously, even though they may seem like they have it all. They have the right car, they have the right look, the money, the
Yeah.
social connections, but they just still are running into problems. And I can't think of a story that encapsulates that more than
Oh, then
the
this
country
one.
husband. The country husband. Oh my goodness, we see.
I did not know what I was getting into. Like when you're like, oh, this is the story we're gonna do, and I was like, okay,
Yeah, I
and
forgot.
then I
I forgot about all the different things this guy did. I mean,
yeah,
this all, like how it unfolded. It was
it just
it's
it
very action packed story for what it is.
yeah, it's kind of all over the place, but not in a uncontrolled way.
Yeah,
I think that's a like especially I started it, and the very first thing you find yourself in is
an
a
air, an air
plane crash,
a plane crash.
and I was like, what is like I thought that was what the story was about. It was
Mm,
going to be about this plane crash. And then the plane crash was like nothing to
yeah,
the bulk
no,
of the story.
nothing to it. Yeah, um, like I said, it just keeps and as it as I don't know if you noticed this, Shani, as there was a Ned, there's a Ned kind of vibe that I was getting from him, what's his name, Francis.
Yeah, Francis.
Like he would. I remember in the swimmer. I'm referring to Nettie in the swimmer, and
Yeah.
he would describe the neighborhood. It was like I think like the sky reminded him of like the Olympians, or just like
Mm-hmm.
he was like making these allusions to like mythology and all this. And I felt like Francis, or is it Francis, right?
Yeah, Francis.
Francis was doing the same thing at times.
Mm-hmm.
He was having these like this renaissance, like, oh yes, I'm feeling
No.
all these, I have this uncontrollable. It's like I compare it to what these Renaissance painters must have felt when they were creating the masterworks of the time, and Beethoven is playing in the background, and this is how I feel. It's like it's linking to the way I feel right now, and like
Mm-hmm.
he was so much like energy. It's just it's
Yeah.
not us. Sometimes that energy is a lot of the times going in the wrong direction.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, but anyways,
Yeah,
it's
because
just not gonna.
he it's so funny because he has a plane crash and he's still home about the same time as he is every day from
Yeah,
like his normal commute. And
yeah.
it was like, wow.
So let's start this off. This man is in an airplane. It's going down.
Hmm.
Um, he's relatively calm. I think he's like he's wrapped up in the frenzy of it all. He's kind of just observing things. I don't feel like he's nervous,
Hmm.
but everybody around him is freaking out. I mean, obviously,
Yeah.
I mean, that tracks because a plane is going down. I think someone even opens up the back of the plane or the hatch. Once they start heading towards the ground, people are
Yeah.
the pilot is like uh, expounding on like his finances and what his life has become. He's just like life is.
Oh no, the pilot's singing.
Yeah, like I don't know. He's just. I feel like he's losing himself in this whole thing. But I think doesn't he say something about money? He's like, I don't even have this much money. I don't. It was something.
He says, well, he's singing a song. He said, I got a sixpence, jolly, jolly sixpence. I got a sixpence to last me all my life. That's what the pilot's doing. I think you're thinking about the guy who's sitting next to him, who's talking about how, like, he always wanted to buy a farm in New
Yeah, like
Hampshire.
he's like,
And now he's never going to get the chance.
people are just going like life is flashing before your eyes. That does happen.
It says, all but the children saw in their minds the spreading wings of the angel of death. So everybo's sure that they're going to
This is
die.
it. So this
But
plane
they don't.
They don't. The plane comes down in a wheat field and cornfield, and it doesn't catch on fire.
No, that they're all amazed by this.
Yeah.
You know, they're like trying to get out of the plane as fast as possible because they're afraid it's going to explode, and it doesn't.
Not too far from the airport. Close enough that this taxi says show up, right? They get out.
Yeah, the taxis start taking them to the airport.
Yeah.
Or to the center of Philadelphia because they've crashed near Philadelphia.
So
he's able to get a train from Philadelphia to New York.
Yeah, he gets on the train
and then he catches his commuter train that he takes 5 nights a week. That's what gets me.
Yeah, so he gets back on the train that he usually gets on. This guy just was in a catastrophe, and
he sits with someone he knows as well.
And they're like talking, and he's the whole time he's like, I was the plane crash, you know that, and he realizes that it happened. He got to that train before the news got to New York. Like it hasn't even hit the news cycle yet. That's how. So he's telling this person that he sees,
and nobody can believe it though.
And
he says they went down because of a storm, and everyone's like, but it's not even.
The weather in New York, right? It's in New York. Right? Mm-hmm. The weather in New York is just sun is shining. It's not a cloud in the sky.
No problems.
So they're like, "What? What's wrong with you? How do you get in a plane crash? Look at this. The sky. There's no storm here." So, it just happens so fast, and he's. I don't know. Like you come out of something like that, feeling of bliss. You just survive this horrible thing, and now you're. I would think, at least I would reflect on my life.
Yeah.
I would have like a moment of gratitude, and he does. But it's really this spurs something in him. But it spurs a feeling that he wants to have reciprocated, but it doesn't. He gets home to we find out he lives in this very affluent neighborhood. It is a colonial style house that looks much large. It looks small it's deceiving. You guess from this road, it looks like
it doesn't look as big as it is.
But when you go get up close, it's huge. It has multiple rooms and things like that. So he gets in this house to a scene of this familial chaos. I guess if you have kids, kids are crying, wife's.
Yeah, the kids are fighting.
Yeah.
Wife's in the kitchen making dinner. But he says hello and wants to tell them that he's been in a plane crash.
No, he says it. He says it. I think at one point he's like, "Yes, I was in a plane."
Wait, he said. Well, at first he says, "Hi, everybody. The plane from Minneapolis," and then like they don't
even
really
get it
react.
Out. No. There's a scuffle between his two kids.
So they're not paying attention. They don't, they don't come to him with affection, which he says, normally they do. But the kids keep fighting, and he separates the boys. The girl is crying. Toby, the boy, is crying. His wife comes in, and it says she's a pretty, intelligent woman, and the white in her hair is premature.
Yeah.
But she doesn't even pay attention
No, she's
to the chaos. She just goes, "Hello, darling," and tells everyone to wash their hands because dinner's ready.
and yeah, he's
Um,
Francis is expecting something. I don't know what he's expecting, but he's like some acknowledgement that he's. But you know, in his in the family defense, there hasn't been anything in the news about this, so it's not like they're. It's not like
yeah, again,
It's not
he's
like they're.
beating the
Yeah, he's
news.
beating the news. It's not like they're looking at the news and go, "Oh God, Daddy was on this flight." No,
Yeah, nobody's concerned about him because there he is.
and they're like, "Okay, well, you're here now.
Yeah,
Well done."
well done. Um, yeah, so his wife tells him to go upstairs and get his eldest daughter, Helen.
Hmm.
Then he realizes that she's reading a magazine he forbade her to buy.
Hmm.
And she is, this cracks me up. She's like, I didn't buy it.
It's like you. This
She's like,
sound.
it was given to me.
I
It's
just.
a hundred
I
percent
thought
me.
of. Yeah, I thought it was like this a shiny thing. I didn't buy it.
I would have.
Someone get.
I didn't buy it. I followed the rules.
Yeah, someone gave it to me.
Yeah. I literally did that actually. I watched an R-rated movie and I wasn't supposed to. And I was like, but I didn't choose to. I was just at somebody's house and they did it.
Yeah.
Um,
So and he
you know,
didn't.
he
He kind of this doesn't know what to say to her. This says like I don't want you reading that.
no.
So she's like okay
Yeah.
whatever. He doesn't really have an
Yeah, they go
influence.
downstairs. Louisa and Henry haven't come to the table. Toby is crying, lying face down on the floor. I think Toby's the youngest. Um,
He's,
Francis tries to speak to him.
Daddy was in a plane crash this afternoon. Toby, don't you want to hear about it? And then Toby goes crying. What is he expecting for him to like pull up a chair? And
I
it's like,
don't know.
oh, tell me about that.
Oh, okay. Let tell me a
A
story.
toddler. I'm like, let's see. Let me take my notebook out.
Yeah, and
It
then he
was. I
says,
felt
if
like
you
it.
don't come to the table now, you'll have to send to bed without any supper. And I think that's just like it's the worst thing.
I always think when I read that I think that he was saying that as like a sarcasm, like no one else is hearing me, so I'm just gonna talk to this baby.
Yeah, maybe.
A little passive aggressive towards like the rest of the family, like oh,
Yeah.
like he knew that
But
that was
even he gets shunned by the boy as well.
yeah, that's even better. He gets yeah. So
Um yeah, Julia is concerned though. Toby's not. He's not big enough. He's underweight. He needs to eat. So, she's like, I'm gonna go get him. I think it's funny because she said winter is coming. And
mm,
he'll spend the cold months in bed unless he has dinner. So, she's concerned about their children's welfare,
yeah, yeah,
making, more so than whether or not he listens to Francis or not. She's like,
mm,
no, we need him to eat.
yeah,
Um, Helen's at the table, but she's not in her best spirits. She doesn't even like, again, it's this, well, it didn't rain here. How could you have been in a car or in a plane crash? Like
mm,
what would make a plane come down in this weather? Um, and then Henry is being mean to Louisa still. Like there's just no peace. I
no
think
peace.
that's
Yeah.
the thing. There's
Well, no one's
no
and no
peace
peace,
at this
and
dinner.
they don't like he's it the. It's like not the environment for him to, and plus it's on him. He's an adult here. You find out he's a
Hmm.
lawyer,
Hmm.
but he like know your audience. Your audience don't want to hear this right now.
Yeah. No, they're clearly not. They clearly don't want to know this right now.
Yet he
And
still
he
persists.
gets yeah, and he gets fed up with the kids.
Yeah.
He's like, why can't we like let them eat earlier?
Oh, and
And
that
that's
sets
like
off.
a step too far for his wife.
Oh my! She's like, oh, you want me to make two dinners? You idiot.
Yeah. She's just like, all I do is take care of this family.
Yeah, yeah. So she jumps.
And now you want me to do more work.
Yeah,
And Francis is like, but I was nearly killed in a plane crash.
yeah. He's just doesn't. He's such a narcissist that he wants to be about him, and it's not about him. So he's gonna throw a
Mm,
fit.
yeah.
So now it's like now it's about. He's probably in his mind. He's like, I was in a plane crash, and now we're talking
Yeah.
about two dinners. Like it was everything he was doing was like segueing into something else, further away from the topic of his plane crash. Like
Yeah.
it was. I went to his kid. It was about the fight, and then about the book she was reading or the magazine that she didn't want her to read. Now he says on his wife. Now it's about this.
Yeah.
I've been I kind of identify with that a little bit. I could sense
As a father.
I could sense his frustration. Like he just doesn't. Sometimes it's hard to come to terms with that. Sometimes it's not. No one's gonna give a hell. And but he's a little bit too much at this point. I think he's expecting too much.
Yeah.
So it's like
Um,
at one point he just says, "Screw it, I'm gonna walk outside. I need a breather."
yeah.
So he goes out to the garden, and this is when he
We
just like,
learn about the characters around them.
yeah, you talk about like we get the environment of Shady Hill. Shady Hill is this neighborhood
It's a
that
commuter town. The
it's
people who live in Shady Hill work in New York City.
yeah, this is like the not Greenwichville, the Greenwich, Connecticut. I know people are
Yeah.
commuting an hour to get to the city, and a lot of this could be like in any place like near New York. Where people like work in the stock market or they work in the late night shows, and then they come home. They don't want to live in the city.
Yeah.
They live in like the suburbs of the
Well, and a lot of them do that when their family starts to grow, right? So it's fine for a husband and wife to live in an apartment in New York City, but now they've got kids, so they need more space, and
yeah,
there's
yeah.
got to be good schools, and
Hmm.
I find that I don't know how true it is for actual New York City, but it seems like a thing that plays out again and again in fiction.
Yeah, yeah.
So I kind of have to believe that it is something that does happen.
Shady
That
Hill
it,
is it has all of that plus all the social customs that you associate with being in in a place like this. There's a lot of put
yeah.
on. There's a
It
lot of image crafting, keeping up with the
mhm.
Benjamins. Everybody probably has the same lawn ornaments. People have the
It
same
yeah, yeah.
vehicles.
I I thought it was funny because I wouldn't say that where I grew up in Chicago we were particularly affluent. We weren't. But we had a nice enough house, it had 3 bedrooms, although we were only allowed to use 2 of them because one was a TV room.
Hmm.
But it had 3 bedrooms. There was a full garage. There was a basement. It was a decent enough house.
Hmm.
And it was so funny to me because I felt like there were similarities in this description to the place that I grew up in.
Mm.
There absolutely was someone at war with squirrels on their bird feeders. There
Yeah.
was someone who had a dog. The dog didn't steal things, but the dog was definitely known to everyone
A
on the
menace.
street.
A menace.
Yeah, that just I didn't hear the Moonlight Sonata every night, but definitely the family that lived on one side had parties in their backyard in the summer, so
They
you would
drink
hear,
martinis. They're drinking
the
martinis in the
music
street.
from that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I felt like even though it wasn't like exactly like this, I felt like this kind of described a very similar place to the little suburb that I grew up in. And I
Mm.
guess it really does kind of define suburb life a
Yeah.
lot.
Everybody putting on appearances as people have parties and social events, and they have
Hmm.
you get invited. It's like
Yeah. And Julia and Francis do go out a lot.
yeah.
They've got to interact with the people in their neighborhood. So if somebody has a party, they have to go.
Hmm.
And Julia loves parties. She really loves it. She looks through the mail every morning looking at what invitations they're getting to stuff. And, Francis has been like, nope, 2 nights a week. or two
Yeah,
weeknights a
yeah.
week.
If it was,
I
if
can't take more than that.
yeah, and Frances, I'm assuming Frances doesn't work. She's home. She's just takes this.
Julia doesn't
I mean,
work. She's a
Julia,
housewife.
housewife, and
Um,
this is like maintaining the social circle means it's everything
yeah,
to
and
her.
she thrives at these parties
Yeah,
because, she spends the day at home taking care of the house.
yeah. So this is like her.
Francis goes out to the city and does his job and interacts with people, but she's at home just, doing housework and
Yep.
planning dinners and probably going grocery shopping.
Yeah. So this is like her. Even if it's a very contrived environment, it's her let loose moment.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But anyway, so I
Um,
like that there's like there's the dog. I feel like that has a lot of significance. They goes into a lot of description of this dog that's there that seems to just have this like reckless abandon. He goes through people's
yeah.
garbage. He's just kind of like in all this order and pretense. He is just plowing through decorum. He's
Yeah,
chewing
he
on
does
people's
not
shoes.
care.
Yeah, and kind of like I think
He'll
that
steal steak off of a fire.
yeah.
That's how, like, this dog does not care.
And it yeah and I think that Francis looks like kind of wants to be that dog a little bit like
Yeah, a little
he's
bit.
jealous of this dog's ability to like uh straddle multiple social spheres and just be like the way just kind of disrupt things not that he's I don't know like not to that
Yeah,
extent
like the dog has freedom
the
that
dog has freedom
Francis
that
wishes
friends.
he had.
Yeah. Like he just would like the, and it plays more of they go at the close of the story. It goes back to the dog. That's why I think it's important.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah. So as we go on, uh, so they go. I get so they go on these things, these engagements.
Yeah. Yeah, the day after the plane crash, they
Yeah.
have a dinner to go to.
Yeah.
Um, Francis gets home late, but Julia has got a sitter. Um, or she went. I guess she went to get the sitter while he was dressing. And then hurried him out of the house. So he didn't. I think the important thing there is he didn't see the sitter. They just
Mm.
go.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
They have a. They go to the party. And then again, this is where I'm like, there's so much packed into this, and it almost seems like it doesn't make sense because there's a new maid, and he fixates on her.
Well, it was like she
Um,
gets introduced. She's by accident because they had their usual maid was sick that day,
mhm.
so this
No, no,
other.
no, no, no,
Oh, it wasn't
no. The
that.
maid is at somebody else's house. It's their usual babysitter is sick that day.
Oh,
This
okay,
is
sorry.
this
I
is
know,
before that. You're jumping ahead.
I know, I am. Yeah,
Um,
yeah,
so the new maid though at the Farquharson's house is familiar to him.
Oh,
Like
yes,
he
yeah, yeah.
feels
Okay,
like he's
okay.
met her somewhere before.
Yeah. Oh, it's so weird. That
And
just.
like it comes out of nowhere, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Like
yeah,
we're
yeah, yeah.
here in suburbia talking about going to a dinner party, and then all of a sudden he remembers
He's like, I
why
know
he
that, I
knows
know that, I
her.
know that face.
She was a young woman who was part like that he saw being publicly chastised, um, who
In
had
the war.
lived with the German commandant during the occupation. So she's someone seen as a collaborator.
Yeah. So they wanted to.
Because
She had a to pay for that, and like in that time it was like a public shaming
yeah, yeah.
for being in cahoots with the Germans during the war.
Which I feel like is such a harsh thing to do because she probably saw it as a means to survive very horrible circumstances.
Yeah, but
Which
Francis,
is why I think anybody probably did that.
yeah, but we get the we find out that Francis has a war background. Like
Yeah.
he was in the service during World War II, and so he was like, I've been to this village. I know there's such a haphazard type of thing to these two worlds come together, like in the middle of the suburbs in New
Yeah.
York City. He happens to see someone that he remembers from the war, and not even someone that was in his rank, or that was someone in his group.
No.
It was that's someone being flogged in public. Uh,
And and I think another thing that's important about this moment, at least I read it as a moment of importance, is here's this maid, fully clothed, at this party, serving him drinks, and he remembers that he's seen her completely naked.
yeah, because during this, I guess the part of her punishment was that someone had to come and cut her hair off and shave her head bald clean, and then
Yeah,
she would have
and
to
they took
stand.
her clothes off.
She pushed them away when they were trying to take it off, so she took it off herself,
Yeah.
and she was naked in front of all these people, and people would walk around her and
The only
spit.
thing she was wearing were shoes and stockings
Yeah,
because she was forced to walk out of town alone.
yeah, and people yell things at her and spit and all this stuff, and it's a really vivid scene, horrible scene, and
Hmm.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying this from perspective of a some kind of uh, a male perspective, saying like, "Ooh, wow, a naked woman." It was not like that. I just think it would be jarring for me just to know that, oh my God, I've seen this woman at her worst. I've seen this person in the
Hmm.
most
Hmm.
vulnerable situation. Or
Yeah, for sure.
seeing anybody. It's like running into someone that, uh, like maybe someone got in an accident and they weren't in their best. They soiled themselves, or like you see someone at the worst, and then now you see them in a different setting, and he's and I like that he sits there and he goes, okay, this is not the right time to ask her.
Yeah, to bring this up.
Yeah, and I wouldn't
But
like in this company. This wouldn't. It's too. It could be perceived differently. I don't want to. It's not, and I like that for once in the story. He has some control.
I beg to differ about how he feels about her nakedness though, because
It's almost like
it
she has something.
says,
He has something over her. Like, I see you're naked. Yeah.
well, yeah, but it says that one, like this line in particular is what makes me think he was a little titillated by her nakedness, because it says one woman spat on her, but some inviolable grandeur in her nakedness lasted through the ordeal.
Yeah. So he was. Yeah. There was a voyeuristic type of thing with him.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he still found her nakedness attractive even though she was going through this ordeal. So I think yes, he doesn't want to bring it up because it's not something that, you really
Yeah. But he's not. He's
want to
not.
talk about at the table,
Yeah.
but
He's not. He's not. He's not the. I don't know. The.
it also says it left Francis feeling languid. And I'm like, wait, how's that a way to feel
Yeah. Almost
after?
like, yes, I know you. And I've seen you. Like, I know this about you. Like, yeah. Yeah. It's very sleazy in a way.
Yeah.
But I'm glad he didn't bring it up.
Um,
But it's almost like someone, I
yeah,
know
me
this
too.
about. I could use this against you. Like, how could
Yeah.
I have this
But
information?
but I feel like it's almost that he didn't bring it up because of the way that the people at the party are, way that more than concern for the maid. He's
Yeah, like
like
he's
they
like,
were united in their tacit calm that there had been no past, no war, and there was no danger or trouble in the
well,
world. So it's
that was,
almost like
yeah,
I can't bring up that I know this girl from the war because these people don't even want to acknowledge the war.
yeah. And I think that's a good point you said, because he doesn't. It says a lot about just when people say stuff like, "I'm not political," I don't, or like, "I'm not
Mm,
this," and I was like, well, just to say you're not political is a political thing, is a political statement, because you're choosing to ignore like anything that doesn't concern you. So, which says a lot about you
hmm.
in general. And
Yeah.
he knows that this whole this shady hill is a place. It's a place where it's an orbit that doesn't want to be penetrated in terms of like, they don't care about the outside world, what goes on. All they care about is like just
Hmm.
putting on these airs and things like that, and like he's part of it. And I feel like it's a slide at them. Like it's like his first, like
Yeah.
this first moment where he realizes that he lives in this artificial
Yes.
bullshit atmosphere.
Yes,
And he
absolutely.
wants, like, he's like, God, I this is such a real thing. I have this connection to this person, but I don't feel like these ears wouldn't appreciate it because they don't
Mhm.
like to even acknowledge things that are outside of their.
Yeah.
It's like this
I think
microcosm.
there's another important thing in that this encounter that he had, this falling into his memory. It says it left his memory and senses dilated. And I think that's important. I think because of what happens next,
Yeah.
that is actually quite important looking back at it now as we're going back through it.
Well, I think
Because
it's his first is his first understanding, like this epiphany. He's like, I get in a plane crash, no one gives a shit. Now I'm at this party, and
mhm,
I know this person, and I have this connection to this person that's legitimate, but they wouldn't appreciate
I
it.
can't say anything about it.
I
Yeah.
can't say anything about it. What kind of life do I lead? Like, is this it?
Yeah.
Is this a bunch of
Um
dinner parties and kids
and
crying? But
yeah, yeah,
hey,
exactly.
I
And
don't feel
you
bad.
know,
That's the life you wanted, brother.
yeah, yeah, it is. It's absolutely what he chose. But he they go home. His wife goes into the house, but he stays in the car because it's his job to take the babysitter home. And he's expecting this old lady who always looks after his kids, but
Mm,
a young girl comes out.
yeah,
Um, and she's got a bunch of textbooks. She's counting them to make sure she has everything. And it says she was frowning and beautiful. Um,
yeah,
And it says, the world is full of beautiful young girls, but Francis saw here the difference between beauty and perfection. All those endearing flaws, moles, birthmarks, and healed wounds were missing, and he was experienced in his consciousness that moment when music breaks glass and felt a pang of recognition as strange, deep, and wonderful as anything in his life. He's seen this girl and he loses his mind.
yeah. It's like, but I mean, look where he's coming from. He's at a dinner party with a bunch of people dialed up, and going, oh, holy, like just talking like that, and then he sees this very like this innocence,
Mm-hmm.
and it's something real.
Yeah. And when she gets in the car, he notices that she's been crying.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And
And she kind of is very like a testimonial type of thing.
mhm.
She start like he's
Cuz
like, what's wrong? And she's like, my father called me and he was drunk, and
yeah.
they found he's found a number, like he
Oh,
was.
not only is he drunk, but he's an alcoholic.
Yeah. And
So, this is a recurring thing
what
that
did he
happens.
call the house or something like that?
Yeah, so he called her from some saloon and gave her a piece of his mind. He
Yeah.
thinks I'm immoral. He called just before Mrs. Weed came back. I don't know how he knew that that's where it was. Maybe before she left. I do get the impression that everybody kind of knows everybody
Yeah. Yeah.
in this community. So if he knows that she's at the Weeds house and he has the Weeds number, then he just
Yes.
rings her up.
Yeah. He he ties one on and picks up a phone
Mhm.
in the bar and calls her, and then this probably says horrible things. It doesn't go into
Yeah.
detail, but it's just says, lets her have it about probably nothing,
Mhm.
just in his drunken
Yeah,
mind.
nothing she's probably done.
Yeah, this he's just
Yeah,
venting.
yeah. And she breaks down and starts to cry
Yeah,
because of this little bit of, sympathy that she gets from Francis.
yeah, and
And
it goes and like puts her head, like he kind of goes to hug her, or like
yeah,
she goes into, or I don't know, hug or into the arms of Francis, and
Yeah,
he's
well, she cries on his shoulder, but he gets
turned
like,
on.
it's so weird. Yeah, the layers of her clothing felt thin, and when her shuddering began to diminish, it was so much like a paroxysm of love that Francis lost his head and pulled her roughly against him.
Yeah, it
And
was like,
she's like, whoa, 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 whoa. She backs
yeah,
up and she's like, I live on Bellevue Avenue. Take me home.
yeah. It's like she puts the brakes down pretty quick, but not. She didn't say anything. It's more like
No, she just she diverts traffic essentially.
she had diverse energy, and he was just like, whoa. But he's just infatuated at that point. Like
Yeah.
he's driving. He's on like cloud nine. Doesn't know. This is he goes and drives her back, and he like sits there and watches, right, as she
Well, it
goes.
says she didn't it says that when he stopped the car, um he says, "Well, here we are." But she doesn't move her hands from the book, and she turns to face him, and it says there's tears of lust in his eyes.
Ooh,
And I'm like, "Dude, chill out, my man. Like,
yeah,
just
yeah,
settle down."
yeah. He
Um, but he goes around the car and opens the door for her. He takes her hand, but he doesn't just it's not even like a let me help you out of the car. He like interlaces his fingers with her, which I feel like is just it's such a like it's intimate act in that
yeah,
moment.
an awkward.
Um, yeah. But he walks her up the steps. And what's weird to me is she frees her hand, but then she kisses him before she goes in the house.
But what kind of kiss
And
is
so
it?
I'm like, it doesn't say.
Okay.
It's a swift kiss. It
Yeah,
doesn't.
I
So I
don't think
think
I
it's
don't. I
just
think it's
like a
like a
peck.
cheek, a peck.
I
Yeah, I
don't
think
think
that's
it's like
no, no,
I don't
no.
think she like stuck her tongue down his throat. It was very
Yeah,
much like a okay, bye.
yeah. Prior to this to appease, like maybe calm him down or to
Maybe. But like he stays there enough to like see the light come on in her room, and then it's only a few minutes and it goes off again. So, she just undresses and gets into bed, but he
yeah,
stays to like watch that.
yeah,
Not that he could see in her room, but he can see the light come on and then he sees it go off.
yeah, and then he decides to leave.
Yeah.
Uh,
Um,
he comes home.
but yeah, he comes home and he dreams about her.
Yeah. Um,
Um,
Julia was asleep.
yeah.
Um,
And it's not even like a very coherent dream.
yeah,
It's like,
I don't know, like I don't know, he's like living with her in Paris, in his dream, right?
yeah.
There's a
And he
whole
wakes up and
scene.
he
He's like
wakes up from that
mountains and
dream.
yeah,
Yeah. It's just it's like it's so weird. And he gets back into bed and he's like he can't seem to like stay in the moment.
no, he keeps
He starts
reverting to
thinking
this
about
fantasy.
yeah.
It's anything that deviate from his normal life. It seems like
Yeah.
his normal life is just very routine, and this
Hmm.
whole experience has wakened something up in him. Um, it's causing him to just kind of alter reality in his mind.
Yeah. And
Um,
I think he was trying to think of these other things kind of almost to turn his mind away from the girl and Paris.
yeah, yeah.
But in the morning, all those things that he was trying to sidetrack him with are gone, and all he can remember is this dream.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And, it says he had been bitten gravely. And then he's now, I would say, infatuated, not in love. He thinks he's in love.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah,
but, he has to go through his day, um, and, do what he normally does, go to work,
yeah,
take take his train to work, do everything that he normally
yeah.
does.
This is where he has this like Groundhog Day moment.
Yeah.
He So he runs into this person, like he goes from that high of what that exchange from the night before, and he runs into someone on the train,
Hmm.
old Mrs. Wrightson, and then she was just started sprouting off about nothing. I mean, she's like,
Yeah.
the curtains I bought on Monday, I returned on Tuesday, and the curtains I bought on Tuesday, I'm returning today. Like everything
Yeah.
is
Yeah. And
like
he
I wanted to paint
does
it like,
not
and
care.
she's going off about this whole thing. It's like, now I'm praying to high heaven that the decorator will have them in the right length, because my house, my living room windows, and you can imagine what problem they present. I
Yeah.
don't know what
She
to
doesn't
do.
even explain that. I don't know.
Yeah, it's
I
just
don't know
like
what
I
problem
feel
they
like
present.
these are the problems that are like occur in his orbit. These are the kinds.
Yeah.
These are the dilemmas that nothing real. This is the item of high alert, or the situation, like this.
Yeah.
What kind of curtains this play? The curtain dilemma, and
Yeah.
and he goes, I know what to do with them, and she goes, what? She goes, he goes, paint them black on the inside and shut up. Yeah, and I was like, I laughed when I aloud when I read that, and she
Yeah,
was
me
just like,
too.
and it was very liberating for him to. Stress Pressel's laughing. Yeah,
Yeah.
it was liberating for him to say. He goes, he looked at her just so she knew that. Listen, I was meaning to be rude. It wasn't like an
Yeah,
accident.
this wasn't an accident
It was
of
the
my turn of phrase.
deliberate,
This was
deliberate
very
rudeness.
deliberate.
Yeah, and she walked away. She
Hmm.
limped away. And then he's like has this again, this allusions to a wonderful feeling
Well,
enveloped
so
as a
I
light were
missed this
very, yeah,
before.
yeah, he if as if light were being shaking about him, and he thought again of Venus combing her hair as she drifted through the Bronx.
But I think that so I didn't realize this, but that's him remembering something that happened just before Mrs. Wrightson joined him on the platform. He saw an express train go past, and then it says that he saw people, you know, uh going eating eggs on the dining car, the sleeping compartments with their soiled bed linen were going past, and then he saw an extraordinary thing. At one of the bedroom windows sat an unclothed woman of exceptional beauty combing her golden hair.
Mm.
So he's just seen this thing that, again, he's just really into the naked women. He
Well,
sees this thing that, which is fair enough. He
yeah,
sees this thing, he's really like engaged with it, and then Mrs. Wrightson shows up. So
like,
like it's like she
hi.
she just like rained on his parade.
Yeah, I
Um
forgot. Yeah, okay. So you're saying that happened beforehand,
that
or
happened right before she joined him. This train went past and he saw this
oh,
beautiful naked
okay,
woman
okay, okay, okay. So it was
with golden hair,
he was seeing
right?
like all
So
this
like
like non-conformist, uh, non-premeditated stuff, life
yeah,
art.
he didn't set out to like go
Yeah,
look at a naked woman that morning, but it happened and
yeah,
he saw it and he was enjoying it, and
and,
then as she left, then he gets this older woman show up and want to talk about curtains. And I think
yeah.
it just like he couldn't handle it.
Well, I
He's
mean
just like,
that,
"Oh
but
my God."
it's like it showed that woman represented his existence. Like that's the kind of conversation
Mm,
he's probably having at these parties, because this woman's from his social circle.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
so
Um,
like that, these are the kind of things, like he went from seeing peace, love, and drugs and happiness and all this stuff, and
yeah.
then he goes right back to, he's reminded, like he's like pulled, his ears pulled to the side, like, hey, remember me? Like I'm from I'm from Pleasantville, that cul-de-sac
Yeah.
hell you live in. Yeah, this is what's going on in my life. It's like curtains.
Yeah.
Uh, so okay, he I don't know. I feel like he's getting, like he's kind of living, like his buzzing at this point. It seems like
Yeah.
ever
Well,
since
and
his
it
plane
says
crash, is like changing him.
Yeah, yeah.
And then
And he's like he hasn't been rude to somebody in years
yeah, it felt good.
or
Yeah,
deliberately impolite. And so
yeah.
he's like, yeah,
So
I'm like this is good.
so is finally we he goes to work, right?
hmm
And he's talking about the secretary. Uh,
Yeah, she goes to the psychiatrist 3 mornings a week. And I was
yeah,
like,
wow.
how much is he paying his secretary?
And then we find out that he's not. It's
Because
not that
that,
he works at the firm; he owns the firm.
yeah, that's true.
It says
That's
on the
true.
letterhead of his firm there was a drawing of. So I don't know. You see, it's like in his office. He's seeing the his son, and there's a picture of his sons
Oh, his whole family, his 4 children.
on a
So
beach,
his sons and his two
yeah,
daughters. Um, and like that's like a reminder that he is not
he's not in.
he's not free.
Yeah, he's not in living in the village and wearing
No.
and having orgies and
No.
like he's not. He's like this guy in the cul-de-sac, and his life is boring.
Yeah.
But I mean,
But
this is like
he's thinking about this girl because he says she promised to bring back into his life something like the sound of music. So
yeah, he's yearning
he's
for that.
feeling stuck in
Yeah,
his life, you know. His family doesn't seem concerned with him.
yeah,
He's got this repetitive thing where he's going to these parties over and over, having the same conversations probably over and over.
yeah.
And
Semi.
suddenly there's this little spark of
Yeah,
newness
yeah.
of something unique to
He's finally
focus on,
he's
something that
finally
might
yeah
bring him out of this
he's
repetition.
finally seeing the through the smoke and mirrors of his life, and like that. I mean, I love the
hmm
fact that it was like he's just looking at this photograph of his kids because I feel that I get that all the time. That there's people that they love the look of order.
hmm
Sometimes you say these people, these two people only married for the picture. They're on this
hmm
family's only together just to make that stupid family picture on top of the fireplace.
hmm
There's no love in the family. It's just this picture. It's what it represents. As long as it doesn't care, like doesn't matter if it's a loveless marriage. Doesn't matter if the kids hate you. As long as you have this picture that shows everybody
Yeah.
else that you have a family picture.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter what's happening. It's like if it just has to the image of success, and that represents the image of success. Success is this, and what his life
Yeah.
is.
And it's interesting because he knows what's at stake and he looks at it and he realizes that there's no divorce in the recent history in
Yeah,
Shady Hill.
yeah. It's like so. You're also blending in. You're doing everything you can to blend
hmm
in, and we learn about that through his wife
hmm
and her.
But it says there was not even a breath of scandal in Shady
Yeah,
Hill.
we couldn't. They couldn't do that.
Things,
Yeah, it's
yeah,
optics,
things
and
were
they
arranged. It was proper. There was,
yep. So that to even it's to say that to say to even conjure up even have that conversation could get around and make the family look bad, and his wife is all about looking good, being invited to
hmm
parties, and he cares about that too.
But he's in love
Oh yeah,
in his
in
mind,
his mind.
in lust.
Unless yeah.
And so he goes and buys
Yeah, he goes
the
to the
girl. We still don't know her name. He goes, or no, it was Anne. He goes and buys her a bracelet. Um, and it's not a cheap one, from what I can tell. He's gone to a jewelry store to get her this
yeah, no,
bracelet.
he has money. He doesn't
Yeah,
he owns a law firm. He has the means to buy a bracelet. Uh,
yeah, and he's suddenly like just buying this thing for Anne like raises his spirits even more.
yeah,
He's happy,
yeah, yeah. He's
he he's done something towards the wooing of this girl, so he's happy.
yeah,
Um but he doesn't know when he's going to see her next.
Yeah.
So he's got the bracelet, you know, but he comes home and she's there in his house.
Yeah. And he's
Um and he's just like, and she smiles at him in a way that he can't like hold himself back. You
yeah.
know,
Yeah.
he thinks that her smile is open and loving, and so that's obviously like all the
Green light.
green light that he needs, exactly, and he kisses.
Yeah, he just goes in and like kisses her passionately. He
But she struggles against it. Because it says she struggled, but she did not have to struggle for long, because just then Gertrude Flannery appeared from somewhere and said, "Oh, Mr. Weed."
was it oh Mr. Weed? Like it was I couldn't you said the
Oh,
way like
Mr.
yeah,
Weed.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I didn't know. Yeah, I read it like the second time you said it. Like, oh,
Yeah.
like it's almost like the way she responded was like an old lady, like, oh, Mister Weed.
Yeah, I
Like,
don't know, because with a name like Gertrude, you think she's
as
old,
an
but no,
old
she's a
lady,
kid.
a kid. I thought she was an old
She's
lady at first. It was a little
No, she
kid.
was
Yeah.
yeah, she was a stray kid who,
Oh
for
my.
some reason,
Oh heavens.
doesn't like belong to anyone. So she just shows
There's a
up
little yeah.
everywhere at everybody's house.
She's like that dog. She's like this little kid
Yeah,
that kind of sneaks her way in that, and that she's in the neighborhood, but she sneaks her way into houses, and people
yeah,
know her, and they're like, okay, Gertrude, time to go home. Okay,
yeah.
we're
They have
you've
to
been here.
send her home at different times because it's
Yeah,
like, you've been here, for 5 hours. You need to go home.
he described it. Gertrude was a stray. That's the way he
Yeah,
described it.
I
Uh,
love that. Actually,
concluded
it was
from
funny.
Gertrude's behavior that she was a child of a bitterly divided family where drunken girls were the rule. This is not true. The fact that little Gertrude's clothing was ragged and thin was her own triumphant over her mother's struggle to dress her warmly and neatly. This kid was just
Yeah.
like she had the means or anything. She just wanted to do her own thing, go into people's
Mm.
houses and say hello, and take up space.
Yeah. Yeah.
But that
Totally. But so
but
the
he kind of yeah he came upon him and the baby and the maid
yeah, kissing the babysitter.
and the maid oh
Um,
babysit maybe yeah
no,
it's
it
the
was the babysitter.
babysitter sorry I'm getting all his exploits mixed up.
Yeah, yeah. We don't go back to the main. Fine.
No, 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 no.
So so he gives her a quarter, which cracked me up, because the reason my name is Shiny Quarter is because when I was little, there was one of my mom's friends' father. It was like her best friend in school, but when we moved back to Chicago, they reconnected, and we would go out to eat with my mom's friend and her parents.
Mm,
And, in order for the adults to continue talking, once I started to get a little fractious because I was done with my dinner and I just wanted to go home, the dad used to drop quarters behind his chair and be like, "Do you see something shiny over there?" And I was like, "Oh, yeah." And I go pick up the quarter. And so the
mm,
fact that he used a quarter to distract this girl just made me laugh, because I was like,
mm.
"Oh, man, me."
It works. I'm sure if you dump some quarters, you'd be distracted too. Still,
Yeah.
okay. And
Yeah, he
so
tells her to go home and don't
uh,
tell anyone.
yeah, and she's like, okay. So
He has to like, he runs upstairs because his wife calls him um to get dressed because they're going out again. That's why Anne's there.
as it always feels like
She's gonna watch the
all
kids
of
again.
all of his like these moments are being interrupted by someone.
Yeah, it's true.
Like he can't
By
even.
something.
He gets in the plane crash, wants to tell people, gets interrupted. He
Yeah.
he wants to do these things. He gets interrupted by this. He tries to kiss his babysitter. He gets interrupted by this little girl.
Yeah.
Uh,
Do you think that that's like done intentionally by Cheever, because this man is obviously frustrated by the life that he has?
Yeah,
And
I
this
just
is like to
yeah.
add it, like it's a symbolic adding to the frustration that
I
he
think I
can't
think
ever
yeah.
do what he wants to do.
Yeah, I think it adds to his desperateness too, just to have something real. Like if he
Hmm.
keeps he gets to the brink of it and it doesn't happen, and like now I think he's getting more desperate to he's like chasing a high,
Mm.
and he's just wanting to, and everything he's like, oh, why is it this happen? And he's like, then it's just kind of all this energy in him, like this sexual freedom that he wants to have and everything, like is this not to have any inhibitions and all this is this just gets more and more intense because it's like he's
Mm.
being stopped at every moment. So I just think it's like it gets he's building up this this energy in him. That's what I think that Cheever is trying to do with this show. That
Mm. Okay.
yeah. So but he there's some joy. He does there's some even though he's going to this party he doesn't want to be at. There he in the back of his mind he's happy knowing that at some point he's gonna have alone. He's gonna be alone with Annie. He's gonna have to drive her home like he
Yeah.
did last time. And maybe
Yeah.
this would be more of a chance for him to give her the bracelet.
Give her the bracelet. I was like,
Yeah,
what? Please finish that
well,
sentence.
yeah, yeah. But among other probably other things too in his mind, he's like he even said
Well, because
he's trying to he's thinking of like places on the way up there that he could stop that's like
yeah.
secluded and he could have his
Hmm.
exchange. And I'm not sure, but I'm sure like any other hormoned out guy, like he's gonna try to do something. To even when he's talking about lovers lane, it's like even the language is different.
Yeah.
Like who says
Yeah.
that?
Yeah.
She's so like half his age,
So he
more.
could drive his car deep enough into the brushwoods to be concealed. Like he's really thinking
Hmm.
this through.
There's a lot of euphemisms here. Sheaver's
Yeah.
playing with, yeah.
Um.
They're at this party, and they were the last to leave,
Mhm.
and I'm sure this was just a boring affair. Uh, like, and then
Yeah, and then
the people
the
are like,
host is like really into his wife. Well,
yeah, she's my the kind of like complimenting the wife,
hmm
but he's
she
also
makes me
playing
feel
into,
like Hannibal
but
crossing the Alps.
but doesn't he's is that him saying that she's my girl?
That's the host.
Oh, the
That's the
host.
host
Oh,
saying it.
yeah. Okay.
Yeah, he says she's my girl. Their host said, squeezing his wife.
Oh, I
She's
see. I
my
see.
blue sky. After 16 years, I still bite her shoulders. She makes me feel like Hannibal crossing the Alps.
That's weird. That's
So,
weird to
so they've
say.
had this like it is actually, but this he's had the weeds now, right? Julia and Francis have heard this this couple's like joy in
Hmm.
each other, right? And it kind of reflects back on what they don't have.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Um.
Uh,
The weeds they drive home,
mm-hmm.
and then like she says. He says he stays in the car and like kind of drops her off. So he's expecting to drive the Annie home, and she says, "Oh, I told Merchant, no, that's her last name, the Merchantson girl. She could leave at 11. Someone drove her home,
Yeah.
and she shut the door. And Francis sat in the dark. He was obviously he was really upset by this.
Mm-hmm.
He was jealous that somebody else drove her home. It's to the point that it put tears in his eyes. Um,
Yeah. Yeah, I mean
he like
he's
broke down in the car. He broke down in the driveway, like to his like I don't know. It's I can see that he had this whole thing planned out that he was gonna give her this bracelet and and see her in lovers lane, and now all of a sudden his wife was like, "No, I had someone drive her home. She's not even here."
yeah.
And he's
Yeah,
like,
she's not even here.
"Oh,
Yeah. He's lost this thing that he's been looking forward to all night.
Yeah, like he was
Um,
gonna a chance to do this, to give the bracelet and do all these things, and he can't. Now it's like his wife. It's almost like a very passive. Like maybe I don't think his wife was aware of anything, but it seemed like it was like a you're trying to destroy me, some novella stuff. Like his wife has it
yeah,
did it on
yeah,
purpose.
yeah.
Yeah.
He's, you know, he just wants to like think about uh think about Anne, you know, have have his little love moment in his head. You know,
Mm.
the he and he just he can't really get that.
Yeah,
Which
yeah,
is
yeah.
sad for him.
So
Sad for him,
it's
but also not
so
because he's
now,
a dirty old man.
yeah. Well, now now like he goes back into his life.
Hmm.
They're going to they're like I guess
They're getting their Christmas card
this
photo.
yeah, and this is Julie. This is typical. This is the moment where
Hmm.
Julie could show that her wonderful flawless family, like every person who has a Christmas card sometimes likes to portray, even if this could be hell happening in the house, as long as that Christmas card goes out and shows everybody in the world that things are good. Um,
Hmm.
so and this so she like it's all about putting on appearances, and this is her favorite thing to do. So the kids are in their best clothes. She already has clothes laid out for her husband,
Hmm.
Francis.
So yeah, so
He's
like
there,
it
but he's
seems,
not there. He's just
yeah, it
floating in
seems like
his.
what happens all the time with him is that, you know, he comes home not knowing what the plan for the evening is.
Yeah, he's like, "What are we doing
And
today?"
Julia's like, here's what you're doing. And, you
Yeah,
know, she's done this to him again. She's like, tonight's the Christmas photo. So I put clothes out for you. Go upstairs and change. And he's like,
mm.
okay. He goes upstairs to change and
This is my favorite part.
he has this moment where he's
Yeah,
like, that's it. I've got to
jubilation.
express my
Yeah,
love. I need to do it physically. So I'm gonna write it all down.
yes.
It's
So,
like,
dear Annie, I love
and
you, I love
he,
you, I love you. Like he writes it in a car, like in a piece of paper, over and over again. He loves Annie,
yeah,
this
and it
babysitter.
says he salivated, sighed, and trembled, and I'm like, oh my god, dude, you
Yeah,
have got to calm down.
yeah,
Like,
yeah, yeah. Think about this guy. They're waiting for him to come downstairs so they get to do their annual Christmas photo, and he's just professing his love on a piece of paper for this babysitter.
yeah.
How that is such a scene.
Also, this is a second time that we've had a story about a dude falling in love with his babysitter.
Yeah, that's true. Well, yeah. So this goes to this photo. Julie and her children were on the stoop, and the photographer and his assistant had set up a double battery of flood relays to show the family and the architectural beauty of the entrance to their house. Oh, this is all.
The- it's just,
Yeah, it's like
I was like rolling my eye at this point.
yeah. It took a half an hour of smiling and wetting their lips before Mr. Hubbard was satisfied. Mr. Hubbard was the person taking the heat of the
Taking
light.
the photo, yeah.
The heat of the lights made a fresh smell in the frosty air, and when they were turned off, they were lingered on the retina of Francis's eye. Like he is just like
Hmm.
just not having it. Like he's losing it. He's gonna have a meltdown.
Yeah, he really, really is.
Yeah.
Um,
So okay. So this is
yeah,
next scene. So
so that, yeah,
they have the next morning later. Oh, the later night they
no,
have
this is later the night. They're sitting having their nighttime coffee and the
yeah
doorbell rings.
yeah. This is Clayton Thomas. This is like a young kid, and his living situation doesn't really mirror the people in the neighborhood. He doesn't have a regular family. He is just him and his mom. I think his father was dead, or what was it?
His father
Or
was
was
killed in the
killed.
war.
Yeah, killed in the war. So it was just him and his mom. He's not the most. He's had some problems. Maybe because lack of a father figure, maybe possibly this. He stole some money and he got in some trouble. He's not the typical like there's some they have some strikes against him, in terms of like the
Yeah, it
neighborhood.
says this may have, it says the Thomases were the only family that lacked a peace. All other marriages were intact and productive.
And productive, whatever that means.
Yeah, I
Well, I
don't
mean, and
get that,
productive.
but whatever,
Yeah,
fine.
no, productive. But I'm saying productive, like in like in
What, they
terms
had
of
kids or?
no, it's just the whole thing about this looking the part. The whole, they pretty
Oh,
much
yeah,
said
yeah, yeah.
the whole neighborhood looked the part of the nuclear
Mm-hmm.
family, but this family, and so like he's coming in there,
Mm-hmm.
and he's striking a conversation with Francis, and he's and they asked him, when are you going back to college, and it's like, I'm not going back. My mother doesn't have the money, and there's no sense all this pretense. I'm going to get a job, and if we sell the house, we'll take an apartment in New York.
Yeah.
And Julie, his Julie, Julia is Julia or Julie?
Julia.
Julia says, "Won't you miss Shady Hill?" And then this is like Clayton kind of. This is pretty much what I thought of this place. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
things
Yeah, because he says there's a
there's
lot I
a
don't
thing,
approve of.
the things like the club dances last Saturday night. I looked in toward the end and saw Mr. Granner trying to put Mrs. Minot into the trophy
Into the
case.
trophy
They were
case.
both drunk, and I disapprove of so much drinking. He was just poking fun and all this stuff. He
And
thinks it's
he
phony.
says, yeah, well, okay, so
Uh,
this word makes me crazy. He says, and all the ducats are phony. That should not be pronounced ducats, but that's how it's pronounced, ducats. Um,
oh, okay, I didn't know. Yeah.
but a ducat is actually like a little house for doves.
Oh, okay.
And there's loads of them around Scotland because they
Mm,
have lots of like a lot of ruins, but also there's still some intact, like big estate houses. And a big estate house would have a ducat. So that line actually tells me something about Shady Hill. Shady Hill, the fact that he's saying they're all phony, it means that they have thought that putting in something that probably hasn't been used since medieval time is a good idea.
yeah, yeah. It's all for.
Like,
Yeah, it's just like
because it's all for
yeah,
appearances.
it's an aesthetic
And,
piece. Yeah.
big estate houses in Europe have ducats, so they're gonna have ducats. I was just like, oh my God.
Then he takes a yeah. Then he takes a more expansive critique, scathing critique of the whole. And I agree with this, and the way people clutter up their lives. I've thought about it a lot, and what seems to me to be the really wrong what to be really wrong with Shady Hill is that it doesn't have any future. So much energy is spent in perpetuating the place and keeping out undesirables and so forth. That the only idea of a future anyone has is just more and more commuting trains and more parties. I don't think that's healthy. It's true. It's like this is like a microcosm is existing on this. It's not. There's no plans. It's just existing in its own kind of this
And it's existing to just stay the same.
you'd say the same. It doesn't give people value. It gives people value with
No.
maybe within it, but it doesn't do anything for the rest of the world. It's just a big old pipe dream
Mm-hmm.
where it doesn't matter if there's wars out there. It doesn't ever matter what the stock market's doing. It doesn't matter what they will just the status quo is just
Mm-hmm.
even keeled for about everything.
Yep. Yep.
And
It's crazy,
yeah,
actually, to think about that. They're so um
yeah,
turned off from change.
yeah. It's like yeah, and I see that. So I see that in Florida all the time. This bunch of like
Mm,
people living in these places that don't even let's turn a blind eye to everything. Um,
yeah.
so and then he drops the bombshell here.
Yeah. I'm engaged to be married.
Clayton says, "Of course, I'm not old enough or rich enough to have my engagement observed or respected or anything, but I bought a simulated emerald for Annie Murkison with the money I made cutting lawns
Yep.
this summer. We're going to be married as soon as she finishes school." Francis, like, it says he recoiled at the mention of the girl's name. This is the guy that is has in his
Earlier
pocket.
that
And
evening
he bought a
was like,
bracelet to
yeah.
swoon her. and now he finds out that this guy that he, I think this is the
Doesn't
ego.
rate.
Yeah, this kid that doesn't, who is the one who has, on paper, Francis just obliterates this guy. He owns his own firm, he has his own house, and this kid is just, and he comes from a broken home. He got caught for stealing. He has a record, and all of a sudden he's the one to take Annie. And
Mm. Wait, is that confirmed he got caught for stealing? I thought that was made up.
no, I think a year ago he had stolen some money and run away. He had got to California before they caught up with him. He was tall and homely, wore horn rim. Yeah,
Oh,
so
okay. So
yeah,
yeah,
he
so
he
he
had
did he did.
yeah. It's just, he sounds like someone who maybe, his father got killed in the war. He's probably had a little moment of rebellion. He still is. He just did some.
Mm.
When you're young, you just do things. He had a little spur
Yeah. Yeah,
of,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
and then that was it.
I I hadn't I somehow missed that in the reading because when Francis talks about it, I was like, you just making shit up.
Yeah, no, it was
No,
just.
but it was
But it's funny how that's the thing. Like that's how this whole neighborhood looks at people. Like, oh, you have this blemish. You don't.
yeah,
You're doing
but
this to
you
go.
could say it said years ago, right? If he's someone in his 20s and years ago that happened, that means he was a kid.
Yeah, yeah,
He
yeah.
was
But
it
in
was a
this,
stupid kid thing that he did. And I'm
but
not saying that that means it should be forgiven with no
yeah.
repercussions, but it doesn't mean that he has this like horrible moral code.
But
It means he had this
but
like moment of rebellion as a kid.
but in Shady Hill,
Yeah,
it's a
that's
red mark.
enough.
It's enough. It's a mark against your record. He has something,
Hmm.
but now like this little stoplifter or whatever is now
Hmm.
getting is married to this, and he can't do anything about
And
it because it's like,
he doesn't leave it there either. He's like, and we're gonna have a large family. Like he
yeah, we're gonna have a bunch of kids, yeah, and then like her father's, you know, she's wonderful, Mr. and Mrs. Weed, and we have so much in common. We like all the same things. We sent out the same Christmas card last year without planning it, and we both have an allergy to tomatoes, and our eyebrows grow together in the middle. Well, good night.
it was I read that and I was like, wait. This is considered a good thing that they have unibrows? What?
No, it's just like it's such a, I don't know. It's just funny. He just pretty much destroyed this guy. It was like, well, good night.
Yeah. 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 And Francis immediately turns on him as soon as he's gone. Like he's lazy, irresponsible, affected, and smelly. The smelly really got me. I was like, man, settle down. Like
Yeah, it's one of those things like you're not like it to me. You, of course, it's two young kids to get married. That train has already left. Like you can't even.
yeah.
It's more of a confirmation that you're not a young guy. Anyway, like
Yeah.
what are you
Yeah.
thinking? She's gonna pick this young guy. So it's gonna be turned off by you. You're not.
Yeah.
So it's a realization for him too.
Yeah.
And then
And this allows this outburst of his about Clayton allows Julia to open up a conversation that she's apparently been sitting on.
she's like, well, this tracks for your behavior.
Yeah.
She's like, Mrs. Wrightson has asked everyone in Shady Hill to her anniversary party but us. And she's like, do you know why? And he goes, why? Because you insulted her on the train.
Yeah.
And he goes, and then so I guess
And he
it's
goes,
like,
then you know about it? And she's like, yeah. Because this is the thing about these small communities.
yeah,
Someone overheard him
they
do
have
it.
nothing
It
to
wasn't
do.
even that. Yeah, they have nothing to do. So June Masterson was standing right behind him when he insulted her. So
Yeah,
she reports back to Julia what's happened.
yeah,
And
and then
he,
Julia's almost saying like, why are you doing this to me? Are this, like, this is gonna destroy us? And then
yeah,
did you think of the repercussions? Like now that she can't, we
yeah,
can't go to
because
the
now,
party. Now Helen
But
can't.
also Helen's affected
Yeah,
their child.
the child. So, like, and he kind of feels. I feel like he feels bad about that for a moment. Like he goes, "Oh,
Yeah, he says, "Oh, I hadn't thought of that."
um,
So he's like, "I don't think I wrecked anyone's happiness."
yeah,
But Julia's like, "No, she runs Shady Hill and she has done for 40 years."
yeah." So like,
Um,
she like he pretty much said, "You insulted the person that has pull in this neighborhood, and now we don't have. Now we're like looked at. Or we have the strike against us." Um,
yeah.
so it's so if he's saying you have bad manners, and then she goes, "Damn you,
Yeah.
Francis Weed."
Yeah. And she like
Yeah, you
is
see now,
starting to
this is
disintegrate.
this is the family that just had a Christmas card, mind you.
Yeah.
um,
And she's like, she says, "You must have understood when you settled here that you couldn't expect to live like a bear in a cave." He's like, "But I've got to express my likes and dislikes." And she's like, "You can conceal your dislikes." And I've, I kind of see what she's saying, because the thing is that you don't necessarily have control over what you feel in a moment, but you do have control over how you express yourself
and how you react to it.
and how you react to it. So
Yeah,
I may hate something, but I don't have to voice that hate. I don't have to. I can control how I respond to something. So, you know, um, I know you say that everybody can see everything on my face, but like I still have some control. If somebody says something that I disagree with, but that's not the place. Like if somebody said something in a meeting that really at work that like
yeah,
really shocked me, I have maybe my face will show that shock, but I still have the control to not say something about it, to not,
yeah,
make a big deal out of it.
yeah, yeah,
And he's saying that, like, he's acting like he has no control.
yeah,
Like he just has to express his likes and dislikes. And
yeah.
she's reminding him that he doesn't.
Well, they have
You can
repercussions.
choose
Yeah.
not to say.
So, so she has this whole thing. I want to read this because it leads up to something incredible here.
Hmm.
Um, He's like, you don't have to meet everyone head on like a child unless you're anxious to be a social leper. It's no accident that we get asked out a great deal. It's no accident that Helen has so many friends. How would you like to spend your Saturday nights at the movies? How would you like to spend your Sundays raking up dead leaves? How would you like to spend your, how would you like if your daughter spent the Sunday nights sitting in her window listening to the music from the club? How would you like it? And all of this, like, it finally hits apex with him. He did something that he didn't think he would do.
He he
He
struck
struck
her
her
full
full in
in
the
the
face.
face.
Yeah, he just knocked her, punched her in the face. She staggered, and then a moment later, she seemed composed. She went upstairs to their room. She didn't slam the
She
door.
didn't slam the door.
When Francis followed a few minutes later, he found her packing a suitcase, and he's like, "This is
And
yeah,
he's immediately contrite.
yeah,
Immediately.
yeah. I'm very sorry. It doesn't matter." She said she was crying. And
Yeah,
like
she
all of
was
us like, and
crying.
she's
And
like, and I don't know, he's like a bit of, they're having this back and forth. Don't you love me? And she's like, no, you don't.
she said, "No, you don't." He's like, "I
Right.
do love you." And she's
Yeah,
like, "You
no,
you hate
you
me."
hate me. I don't. She's like, I hate it. Like I don't hate. Uh, he and then
And
yeah.
she starts to complain about everything,
It's
you
almost like she
know,
every problem that she ever had with Francis is has come out in this
comes out
moment.
in this fight.
Yeah, but there's something to and I think that it's just something that I like to like. He realizes at some point that her social standing, everything that she has means a lot to her, is wrapped up in their
Mm-hmm.
in their marriage, and I think
Mm-hmm.
she knows that too. It's just this makes me crazy. People get together just to get the photo. They'll take a job that they hate just to have the money. They could live in a place that so they could look cool, look like they're part of things,
Yeah, and
and
and she like she throws it in his face that she thinks he wouldn't have any kind of social currency without her,
yeah,
you know? He says you don't have any friends. How many people came to our wedding from your side?
yeah,
14. And he's like, "But it wasn't my home." That's like, you were in the place where all of your um all of your family and friends were, and I come in
yeah.
the
You're the stranger,
outsider, and
outsider.
all I
Yeah,
can manage is 14 people, but like it's not my home. You're not comparing like for like. Um
yeah. Oh, I had that wrong. I thought it was him telling her that about that she was nothing without him, but it's mainly like she was saying that to him. She was saying that to Francis.
yeah, no, he does kind of say, because he says um her like he says that she did not understand how desolate her life would be without him.
Oh, okay. So he
She
does
didn't
say that.
understand the
Yeah,
hours that working women have to keep. She didn't understand that most of her friendships existed within the framework of their marriage,
yeah,
and that
yeah.
without this, she would find herself alone. So he says, Julia, I can't let you go. What you don't understand, Julia, is that you've come to be dependent on me. And that's why she turns around and laughs,
She turns around. And
because
what?
she's like, no, it's you who's dependent on me.
Yeah,
So they're mutually dependent on each other, though,
yeah,
is the
yeah,
thing.
yeah. Like he's not really
He
all the
couldn't he couldn't
social
deal with the kids in the
yeah,
house without
yeah,
her.
yeah, and but she wouldn't have this stuff without his money either. Like without
Yeah, totally. Totally.
so they are dependent on it. Like they need each other to create the that machine of their family or the it's like the PR,
Hmm.
anything the appearance whatever goes into the appearance is made up of both of them. You can, if take one out, well, the other one suffers. Um, so now we go to okay.
Like they turn on each other, like, or they turn on their original thing immediately, right? He says,
Yeah.
"Oh, my darling, can't let you go," and she's like, "I guess I'd better stay and take care of you for a while longer." So like,
Oh
they
bullshit.
just
It's
like,
like they're just scared to. People will rather stay in crappy marriages and horrible situations just so they can keep up appearances.
mm,
And this is like, especially this happens a lot in the in this neighborhood. It really is like you don't know
hmm.
what the other
Maybe
houses.
maybe the reason they have no divorce, because everyone is so stubborn about not losing what
Yeah,
they
yeah, no,
have,
they
and
don't.
it has nothing to do
They're not getting
with them all
divorced yet.
being in love or having good
They
marriages.
don't want to pay
Exactly.
alimony. They rather stay
Yeah.
together because it'll be more money to. It would be too much downward mobility for them to get a divorce. So
Hmm.
people stay together even if they hate each other. I don't think these
Yeah.
people like each other at all. I think at the moment they were thinking of
No.
themselves.
Yeah. Except for maybe that one family where he says that his wife is still his main squeeze.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, 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 yeah.
um,
The
but yeah, then
swingers.
he's back in his life, right? He's riding the train to work in the
Yeah,
morning,
this goes like
and he
back to normal.
just back to normal. Had this huge blowout with his wife, but nope, everything's fine. And then he sees a girl on the train, and he's like, "Oh, it's Anne."
Yeah,
And he calls to her, but
remember?
she doesn't
Yeah,
turn around.
he
And
chases
he
her.
follows her.
Yeah,
Yeah, he follows her, and then when he goes to speak to her, he looks down, and it's not Anne.
yeah. He's like, oh shit. Okay.
Yeah, so then he like has to keep walking quickly to the next car because he can't be like caught out like that.
Yeah, yeah,
Um, and he needed he's like, he kind of like wants to tell somebody about this because he can't um or he struggles because he's like he can't he's in such a bad place that he can't tell one person from another, and he's starting to like question everything in his life because of this. um
Mm-hmm.
and he gets called by his wife to remind him that they're going out to dinner. um and then this guy Trace, who I think was one of the people he rode the train with, comes in and says, "Oh,
I'm calling for
I
Mrs.
just wanted to
Thompson.
come. Yeah, I want to call you because I want to say, can you put in a good word with your friend Charlie Bell on Clayton's behalf?"
And remember,
And
Clayton. Just to
Francis is
remind
like,
everybody, Clayton is the boy that is
"It's
going to be
engaged
is
to
engaged to
his
his
object of his affection."
Annie. Yeah. So so and Francis goes. I hate to say, I don't feel that I could do anything for that boy. He's worthless. I know it's a harsh thing. I know it's a harsh thing to say, but it's a fact that he kind of done for him would backfire in everybody's face. He's just a worthless kid. He just like says the horrible things about him. Like this really
Yeah,
craps on this reference.
yeah,
I feel obligated to warn people against him. He's doing this because he's spiteful. Because this kid is marrying this love interest that's half his age, the babysitter,
hmm
and he's just salty about it. So he's like, I'm gonna tell this potential employer that he's terrible.
yeah. He's like, I feel obliged to warn them he's a thief.
Yeah, and he didn't know that his secretary is like listening in
hmm
and is just very affected by this, and she goes, "I'm not
Yeah,
going."
she makes it sound like she's had another offer, but I do wonder if she was just like, man, I can't listen to this guy.
No, yeah, he knows that
He's
she's appalled by this behavior on
hmm
his part. Like, why? It's probably a small town too, so there's no reason for him to act this way. He didn't have to do that, just because Annie didn't like him, so
Yeah,
he's gonna make someone ruin this kid's
because
prospects.
he's actually ruining Anne's chance as well,
Yeah, yeah,
because
because they have a life together.
she
They're
if
starting a life.
she's yeah if she's gonna have a life with this Clayton, and he's ruining Clayton's prospects, then he's ruining
If I can't
Anne's
have her,
prospects.
nobody will. And it was like, ugh.
Yeah,
But he's not really having her. It's just all in his mind. So she's like,
yeah,
the secretary is like, I have to work. I don't think I'm going to be able to work for you anymore. But yeah, I think it's about that.
yeah. Mm.
So he had to sit by himself. Finally, he's just sitting. He's by himself. His lover, that not lover, that has to be reciprocated. His love interest doesn't have is going with somebody else. He just punched his wife in the face.
Yeah.
Now he's back with her. His secretary
But he's
leaves him.
also ruined his secretary left. He's ruined the prospects for um
Yeah.
Clayton Thomas. Um he feels almost like his children are laughing at him, even though they're just
Mm.
laughing in the photograph.
Yep. Yep.
Um
Yeah. He's like kind of. He's just seeing all these. It's like his life is just like it looks really thin in turn like it looks like everything's over in his mind. Like I just did all
yeah.
it. Nothing's the same. Even this facade that I put up, I keep up with is now changed. We're not the same. We're not getting invited to people's houses. My
Mhm.
I'm in this marriage because by obligation. We don't want to. We are staying together for the
Yep.
more so because he went over the line and had physical violence towards her. So
Mhm.
now they don't like each other. It's just now it's kind of hit the worst of the worst for him. Um, so as we go in, he said, "I need
He
help.
decides
He needs help."
Yeah, he decides to go to a psychiatrist.
This is
Um
the best part. He calls the psychiatrist in a panic. It's just someone with connections. This calls. He wants to an
Yeah.
appointment right now. Doesn't matter if anybody's waiting or if there's some kind of format. He just
Yeah,
wants
he's just like, it's
me,
gotta
me, me,
happen.
me, me.
I need to see somebody now.
Yeah.
Um,
So he gets there, and this threw me off too, 'cause I didn't know what it was about.
I know,
He
this is what I'm saying. There's a lot of things in this story that I just went, wait, am I still reading the same story? What happened?
Yeah, he gets there, and he's met. There's a police officer there, and they were like,
Mm-hmm.
"You're Francis, right?" And they start to arrest him.
Yeah, and he's like, what is going on?
Yeah, and I'm thinking in my mind, I'm thinking maybe uh, Julia like called the police on him for the domestic assault,
Yeah,
and I don't know.
I had that thought as well. I was like,
Yeah, I was like,
good for
what?
her.
Yeah, I was
Like,
like, but it just happened. It's another thing. It goes, oh, and then they figure out. They go, oh, we're sorry. The psychiatrist, based on your based on the tone of your voice and the urgency, in the way you tried to book this appointment, we thought you were somebody else because the psychiatrist is having issues with another patient who has threatened him,
mm-hmm,
threatened his life, and we thought it was you. So the psychiatrist has taken
mm-hmm,
has are screening his like thought it was like wanted to make sure that he was that because I mean in the psychiatrist's defense, like he just wants to make sure that he's not gonna some guy's not gonna come in there and shoot him to death.
yeah,
So
yeah, exactly.
we thought based on your call we thought it was you, but it's not. Sorry. And he gets into the
Yeah,
room.
yeah.
It's just he gets in this room and he's
With
just like it's
tears in his
tears in his
eyes,
eyes, and he
tears
like
in his
he
eyes.
lies on the couch and he says, "I'm in love, Doctor Herzog." And then uh okay, so it's like now we go. It's 10 days later,
Mm-hmm.
and things it kind of just like shows about the
He's
the back in the village hangs morally and economically from a thread, but it hangs by a thread in the evening light.
Yeah, the Moonlight Sonata is
This
being played by
playing
the neighbor.
uh
Um,
all the people are doing the normal stuff.
yeah. And Francis Weed is building a coffee table
Yeah, Francis Weed is in his basement making because
because
the psychiatrist recommended woodwork as a therapy. So
yeah, it cracks me up.
he's
He's like,
just
here, do something else with your hands, my man.
yeah,
Get a hobby.
yeah. So and then the house is almost like it's like status quo.
Yeah.
Toby's
Well,
crying.
it says Francis finds some true consolation in doing this task.
It makes
He's
him feel
happy.
happy. Yeah. He just needed something. I don't know if you could think about it because maybe it's real. He's creating something else other than
Yeah.
whatever. It gives his life meaning. To put
Hmm.
it simply, it gives his life meaning. He was grasping for meaning. I felt like the whole story, trying to
Hmm.
force his way on, like kissing babysitters and chasing people through the subway and trying to just do something just to show change or something new.
Hmm.
So I guess this whatever this psychiatrist recommends is working.
Hmm.
The Gertrude Trums, the little girl that is in everybody's business,
Yeah,
comes.
everybody's telling her to go
Go home,
home.
go home, go home.
Oh, I loved this. A door on the Babcock's terrace flies open, and out comes Mrs. Babcock without any clothes on, pursued by a naked husband. And then it's like their children are away at boarding school, and their terrace is screened by a hedge. Nobody could see this,
Yeah,
that
yeah,
this
yeah.
is what happens
Yeah,
in
this.
their house.
Yeah, in their house. This is like these two, Matisha and Gomez.
Yeah, they they reminded me of that as well.
Yeah, they're going at it, and it's just back to normal.
Hmm.
It kind of goes back to
The guy's yelling at the squirrels,
yeah,
Mr. Nixon. And then Julia's calling for the cat.
Yeah,
It's so bizarre how it ended, actually.
the cat gives her a skeptical look and stumbles away in its skirts. The last to come is Jupiter, the dog. That remember how we part of that story? He prances through the
Mm-hmm.
tomato vines, holding in his generous mouth the remains of an evening slipper. Then it is dark. It is night where kings in golden suits ride elephants over the mountains. It's I like it because I like the ending because it just shows that people these are people with means, all right,
Mm-hmm.
and
Yeah.
it's like they created drama to have because they went and did all this. Like, he could have just done woodworking from the beginning, but
Yeah.
he went through this whole thing. He if he was, I feel that okay, you're so concerned with how you look in society. You want to have the nice
Mm-hmm.
cars, clothes, house, but there's no. He has no like self reflection. Like he has his zero understanding of himself. So he has to go
Mm-hmm.
through all these things. He has to get infatuated with a babysitter, and then
Yeah.
always imagine that the relationship is more. He imagines the relationship is more than it is because he's lacking that in his own relationship. So
Mm-hmm.
so he does all these things and puts his life in jeopardy. Like his he gambles it all, forces kisses his woman. It's not the same as she doesn't feel the same way about him.
Mm-hmm.
He does all this because he's just so busy with the outside and with how things look and who knows what and how many divorces they are and like but like he doesn't realize that okay, maybe I could pick up a puzzle or read a book or do something like
Yeah, something.
I
Do
feel like
something with your time.
and it's like it then it goes from a plane crash through all these things to domestic violence and then all of a sudden it just boils back down to to him working in the basement with making something out of wood,
Yeah.
and now as everything's back to normal. It, I don't know how to explain it. It's just it's almost like looking at like an EKG machine, and it's like
Mm-hmm.
it's like the everything that's normal like in the heart, and then
Mm-hmm.
for like a string of it, it's the little meter is erratic.
Yeah, it's
And it's
like
like beep, 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 and then go beep, beep, beep. It's like that. That's what
Yeah.
it reminds me of this story. It's like it. He goes through all this, and then it goes full circle. And he's like, oh,
Yeah.
okay. Now it's like back to normal. That was just a thing that I did
Yeah.
because, and he did all this because he just felt that nobody. I think he felt that nobody heard him. It was all because he didn't get acknowledged that he was in a plane crash.
Yeah.
It's almost
It does
that
it
is
does come back to that. It's like he was fine with everything about his life until he came home one day having been through this traumatic experience and nobody cared.
very similar to the death of Ivan Illich too. It's like
Yeah.
yeah, you did, you. This is how you operated. I go to work, you watch the house and the kids. We go to these parties. Um, we put up appearances. We make our Christmas card. We talk about people. We go to these evenings and talk about what drapes we're gonna put up. That you it was
Mm-hmm.
all it was that's what like that's it. Then you get in an accident
Mm-hmm.
that you almost lose your life, and you come home and you expect for some reason that you want your family to react differently towards you. You're just at that point they're acting how they always acted towards you, plus because you had a life or death experience. You're expecting them, but you've treated your family like this. This guy probably comes home every day and reads the paper, and he eats dinner and then goes to bed, and his wife does all these things, and he just does the role. That's the role he does, and then in this instance,
Yeah.
he expected. What does he expect? If you treated your family this way the whole time, and this is how you operated. How did you? It's like he's surprised that they didn't. He wanted them to like hug him. Oh, we heard about you, and but it really maybe they would have if it was on TV. Maybe if the news showed that this plane went down, but it wasn't. But it was almost like a test.
Mm-hmm.
It's like did they care about me? And then I think after that, I think he had a resentment. I think he resented his family for not doing that. So because he can't, he's not in touch with his feelings. He has no self awareness. That he just let his emotions get a hold of him. So anything that seemed real to him, he just latched onto. And it really happened when that babysitter put her head on his shoulder. It's almost like
Yeah.
it set him off. He goes,
It's like
"Oh, this is
yeah, he
real. This is
got
real." He just ran with it, and because he was like, I want to feel like I exist." But you manifested, like you made that. This is the environment you meticulously constructed in your life. This is a facade that you put on for the world, and your family does. And all of a sudden, because you had this accident, you have a sense that you're not even heard or you don't exist. This person, this young girl, she just saw somebody that she trusted him. He was an adult. She just wanted to, like, she had a hard time. She just got a call on the phone from her father who was drunk and
mm-hmm.
and she just had this emotion, and he was just it was almost he couldn't control himself, and it turned into something
Yeah.
else, and then I feel like that just snowballed, and then that snowballed into the outburst at the train. Like he resented his like he was looking for that. He's like he was comparing his life. I felt like throughout the story, he kept doing things, looking out into like seeing people in windows and naked, and
Mm-hmm.
like he was always comparing his life. It's the first time he goes, "There's a life outside of this town or outside of my neighborhood that's happening, and this
Mm-hmm.
realness is happening, and I want that, and I'm stuck here." So he resented everything that represented his town, and
Yeah.
it just got worse, and and then that kid took his love interest, and that really, and then he was salty.
Yeah, that pushed him over the
Yeah,
edge, didn't it?
but then it's like like I said, like the EKG machine, that thing was going off for like 20
Yeah.
pages. It's like "Bup, bup, 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 bup," and then like beep beep beep. Like now I doubt they will ever bring this stuff up again. He's just gonna be dad is he's just woodworking, and they're still gonna go to these parties.
Mm-hmm.
Eventually, it's gonna mull over. He's gonna probably apologize to his woman and say, "Oh, I was on medication. I'm sorry, I outbursted like that. I didn't mean it." He's gonna apologize. Things are gonna be back to normal. It's gonna now. His life is gonna be. He's gonna feel good about his life. He's not gonna want anything to change.
Mm-hmm.
But for that moment, it changed. Everything was like the sky opened up, and everything was just blown up, exaggerated, and all he had to do was
Yeah.
find a hobby.
He just
Oh, you
needed
want
the
to you want you
hobby.
want to you want to
It
feel
is.
good about yourself? Just build something, okay? Go bird watching. Do something. You don't have to rip up the freaking, sabotage a family, or have an affair with a babysitter to feel important.
Yeah.
Like, why don't you feel important? Do a puzzle and look at it after you built it.
Do a puzzle.
Yeah,
Do
yeah,
a puzzle,
do a
dude.
puzzle.
Like
Yeah, I was
just
like, but it's great. I mean, but this is such a Cheever story, because this is how people handle the people that have no self awareness and have enormous amounts of money,
yeah.
but have no self awareness. Like, it doesn't matter. You can't avoid the human condition. Doesn't matter how much, how many resources you have. The poor person down in a neighborhood down the street is still going to feel the pang of jealousy, or
Mm-hmm.
or love for somebody, or they're gonna have an affair.
Mm-hmm.
Just like you can avoid that because you have money. And so it's like I love
Yeah.
yeah it's so that's why I love this environment, like a bunch of this people who have money losing their minds. You can't escape it.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. I feel like the people who have Bishop Tokyo have self awareness and would love enormous amounts of money. Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
I have the self awareness usually, but I don't have the money. And it's I always compare these, like, Cheever's world to Raymond Carver's world, because Raymond Carver, like, he talks about the people, the Rust Belt, the people that are like
Mm-hmm.
in the silent generation who don't, like, even to go to a psychiatrist would be like out of the question. Like
Yeah. Why wouldn't do
psychiatrist, what the
that?
hell are you gonna pay
Yeah.
somebody to listen to my shit? Like I don't know, like, you would never pay money to see, like, these people are coming in from depression, like, mental health, they don't care. They handle themselves. They go through pain quietly. And but in his
Mm-hmm.
stories, it's good. It's cool too, because they do like, he has a story of, like, somebody going through having an affair, or going through something like some, I don't know, having a feelings of affair, or going through a feeling that they have a terminal illness, and they don't, and
Mm-hmm.
they make some kind of, they do in the middle of the night, they build a shed in their yard, but the whole time it's
Yeah.
because they don't know how to handle, like, they don't have they don't have the tools. They're not equipped to handle mental distress. So they do, like,
Mm-hmm.
this. People do things when they don't have, when you don't have the tools or the self awareness to handle something. You do other things. You may, if you're feeling like you want to be loved, you may buy a motorcycle, or you don't feel attractive, so you might do something to in the material world to make that, to make up for that. And so that's why we have
Yeah.
mental health, so we could talk about these things. But even, like, so
Yeah.
in Rick Carver's world, he's talking about poor people handling things without the faculties to do so, or like the
Yeah.
awareness, and then even going in there. In Cheever's world, you have people who can't afford, the psychiatrist can't afford
Mm-hmm.
anything, all the resources, yet they still are helpless in the face of the human condition. So it's just, this is
Yeah.
it's just lovely territory just to read for many. It's like, and you found that with the swimmer too. Nettie was just couldn't
Yeah.
handle. It's like, this guy needed a psychiatrist. He couldn't handle
He did.
that he lost his house, so he just goes swimming. And you don't know how the story is. Like, you don't know if this person does this every month. And they're like, "Oh, look, Nettie's here." Like,
Yeah.
he's like Gertrude. This
Oh,
comes in.
it's Ned's monthly swim. Okay.
Yeah, here we go. And yeah, Bishop of Cleveland was a mecca of the Rust Belt, of course. Yeah, and I love that territory. And you just can't avoid it. It's rife with these situations and stories. It's just wonderful to be in that environment. You just don't see. I think people assume that these people don't have, that people that live like that don't have these problems, or you need to look at them. I don't judge them. I think that it's like how we can't judge that the in the first story that the child is going through so much just because she's in sixth grade. Those feelings are still real. We can't, and I maybe that's a lesson for me too. We can't assume that because they have money that they can't, they have to, they're too good for these things, or they don't go through love. Like, it's the love that this had for that babysitter that moment was probably the love that the sixth grader had for that boy that she wanted to dance with. It was still real. These
Mm-hmm.
things doesn't matter what and in that story the child is the poor, is a poor family, and then you have a rich family, but it's still, that feeling is there. Love is was at the center of these stories, and that's it's good to see that. I like what you said too, Shiny, about, like, he said this, a quote about him, like, what he writes about, like, he likes to the how do you say about the stuff that's happening in the inside of people.
Yeah, he writes about people who outwardly, like, socially are acceptable, but inwardly they're
in
not.
shambles, in shambles.
Inwardly, they have, yeah,
Yeah,
they're in
yeah,
shambles. They have this fight about, what is good, what is, proper.
yeah. Like they.
It's like the shell of them is all about propriety, and what
Hmm.
society sees is sanitized compared to what's in their hearts.
Yeah, yeah. And I don't. He. I'm not saying he's the parameter of good character. I, I think like I still think that he has. I don't think he's a horrible person. I think that he was not in control of his emotions. I don't really think like
Yeah.
he would
And
make.
and to be fair, apart from hitting Julia, he didn't he didn't go so far across the line, you know?
Yeah, I think I really don't think. I think he hit. I think he really hit. He struck his wife because he didn't realize the implications of what he did on the train, and then I think he felt a little bad that it would affect his daughter, and all of a sudden
Hmm.
he reacted like he almost probably would have
Hmm.
hit himself at that point, but he just couldn't take it, and realized it was like all for. Is that after he found out that the boy um was that before
No, that was before. It was
was that
before.
before he found out that the Annie was getting married to the boy?
No, 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 no. Wait, wait. No, it was after.
Oh,
It was
after. So like
after.
I
So
think
he
that
so he
he
has a lot of
a
frustrations.
lot of frustration, yeah, and she doesn't know it, but he's inside. He just melted down. So he just took
Yeah.
it out on her. I really think he was actually. I mean, there's no excuse for violence, but I really think he was really sorry for that. I don't think he meant to. Like he just reacted.
Yeah, we don't get to see if he has done it before or if he does it again, right?
But the way
We
that
just have this one
I
act.
I feel that it's a single act. I don't know. There's something about it.
Mm,
I think that I feel like he's prior to this incident with the plane. I think he was pretty well reserved, calculated person. That is,
hmm.
he's in the courtroom. He's a lawyer. He owns a firm. He probably teaches. He knows he knows the law. He knows that decorum. And then I think that he just was shaking up. He was acting out of character. This whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, when we go back to like the beginning of the story, that was traumatic what happened to him.
Yeah, yeah,
You know, I challenge anybody to not go through a plane crash without some effect
yeah,
to their life.
yeah. And the fact that like he came back and it wasn't like that. It wasn't even acknowledged.
Yeah.
I think he had a what do you call that? Existential crisis.
Yes. Yeah, I think he did.
Yeah,
I think he did.
yeah. I don't know. Like, if I mean the listeners that are here, would you if you were in a plane crash and you came and no one and maybe it wasn't on the news and you just got out of it and you saw your family or you came back to your wife or your family and they were like, oh, okay, would it affect you? Would it would you have like would it do something where you went through something so real, like life or death, and then it was like you get to work and they're like, oh, okay, we'll clock in. I don't know. I don't. I think I would have a little. I think it would affect me. Honestly, I would. I don't know. Like this like I said in the story. This
I think I would expect anybody to have a reaction. For me.
it's like
I can only
screaming.
speak
It's
to me personally.
yeah. It's like you hear this movie. Like this. I saw something on YouTube. This guy like he was drunk and I don't know if it's real. If it was real, it was horrible. His friends put him. He was drunk and his friends put him in a coffin. And he
Oh
passed out of the
God.
party and he woke up and he woke up in a coffin. He freaked out because he was yelling and nobody was looking at him. it was a joke that his friends were playing on him, and he thought he was in another
Oh
like a
my God.
purgatory. So like it's like almost a little bit like he's screaming like I'm here, hello, and no one's just
Yeah.
everyone's going on with their business. The kids are arguing about something. The daughter's just reading a magazine. The wife's like, oh, dinner's ready. Yeah,
Yeah.
and he's expecting that. I don't know. I can't. I don't know if I would go through all of that, but I think it would mess with my head.
Well, yeah, I'm pretty sure I wouldn't decide I was in love with a, 20 something year old boy, but I can't say that it wouldn't shake me.
Yeah. Or if I had to clock, probably if I had to clock and go to work somewhere, and they were like, okay, well, thank you. All right, we have someone. Okay, your next appointment's here. Good luck. And I'm like, oh my god, now I have to change gears. I just came out.
Yeah.
I landed in a cornfield
Hmm.
30 minutes ago, and
Yeah. Yeah.
people are like throwing up and losing their minds and calling their families, and I go from that scene, and then I go right back into regular life.
Yeah. Yeah.
Uh,
It'd be tough.
yeah, it would be tough. It's very real. I think it's a very realistic for all the things that happen in this story. I think it's very realistic.
Yeah, I think it feels like a lot all at once, but it does take place over several days.
Yeah,
You know, it's not it's not all happening in the day, you know. They they went to at least like three parties.
yeah, yeah,
So, that's if his thing is true about only doing two per weeknight, or two weeknights per week, then
yeah.
maybe it's 3 weeks that all of this takes place.
Yeah, and
So,
I think it's a reasonable amount of time. It's circumstantial. I mean, just the fact that it's a great story. The fact that he loves this woman, or he has lust for this babysitter, and then finds out that she's getting married to a boy in in the
hmm
neighborhood. Like it was coincidental. But it's like it doesn't
hmm
say it's a small town. It doesn't seem that crazy for me. It's not like he was in the city. This is like this small suburb that everyone knows each
yeah.
other.
hmm
And you know what it reminded me? Oh my goodness! Remember? Did we? I don't know if I sent it to you, Shiny. Remember? You know how I love that series, uh, Olive Kitteridge,
hmm
and there was that. Remember that? So remember the husband falls in love, or like he has
Oh,
this life.
I think I watched the first two
Okay,
episodes of
okay.
it.
So
So,
anyway, yeah, I don't want to give it away, but um he in the story, Alice Kitteridge is his wife, and she's kind of like a battle axe. You know, I
yeah,
don't know,
she doesn't give him a lot of affection.
the affection, and like he's a pharmacist, and he hires this young girl, and he's and the young
She's
girl is like, "Oh,
very,
thank you, Mr. Kitteridge. Oh,
yeah,
you're so great." And like this gives him a lot of praise and talks, and it's like it
yeah.
feels good, and I feel, and then does says all these things about him, and he's like, "Oh, we gotta invite you for dinner," and and his wife's like looking at him, and the way he
His
just
wife sees right through it is the thing
yeah,
that gets me.
and then the girl like it's just and he just eats up. He loves it. And there was a time even in that I think something happened in that. Uh, like cries on his shoulder, and for a moment
Oh,
he
yeah,
has
yeah,
like
yeah, yeah.
he has an
Something
attachment.
happens and she ends up crying on his shoulder, and he
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 feels
never,
something.
in what I saw, he never did anything.
He never did
But
anything. No, he
when
has
she cries on his shoulder, you can tell how he holds her. Um, he's feeling more in that moment than she is.
yeah, yeah, and it's like it reminded me of the story so much. And then just like the
Hmm.
story, I don't want to spoil it, but there's somebody else gets hired into a younger boy gets hired into this into the pharmacy, or yeah, pharmacy, or like some no something
Hmm.
like a delivery boy that a delivery boy that comes and gives stuff to Mr. Kitteridge, and he ends up marrying the girl. So
Yeah,
so Mr. Kitteridge is almost like looking at it like, oh, so it's the same
yeah.
feeling, the same thing, and it's like it's a small town. You expect young people to get together,
Hmm.
but it's the same thing where in his, I feel like, like that show, and like this character Francis, in his mind, it was, he had a, I don't know what he was thinking, but it was going in a different direction than what was happening in reality.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
He was imagining some, it's like I said, she smiles at him and he immediately believes
That's translated to him
that
as
he
love. Yeah,
understands what that smile means and it doesn't mean what he thinks it.
yeah,
Because if it meant what he thought it meant, she wouldn't push away from him,
yeah, yeah.
you know? She'd lean into it. And I think that, the kiss she gives him on her doorstep is a grateful one, you know?
It's like someone, like, it's like reading a horoscope, and this, you're looking at it, and you're just, oh, this means that, and this is this, and this is that. Like, he was, everything that was happening in his life post that plane crash, he was putting more emphasis on. It had a lot more meaning than it really than it had. Well, he had a lot more meaning than it needed to.
Yeah.
He was very delusional.
Yeah, for sure.
But it's like, it's because he just wanted to, anything that made him feel that he was acknowledged for the first time, or he wanted his kids to hug him and say, hey, welcome back, we missed you. And but again, like, the death of Ivan Illich, he was been that's the they don't know, he didn't know him as this dad that comes home and works in the city and comes in and has dinner under
Hmm.
candlelight and says, don't do that and do that, and then goes to sleep and does it all over again. He wasn't really laying the foundation for affection. He didn't seem like
Hmm.
it. So why does he expect, all of a sudden he's expecting his family to react? Well, you didn't
Hmm.
teach them. You weren't. You didn't really. You didn't. You didn't. The environment that you've created is not a loving, like, so much of a loving environment. It's very.
Hmm.
It's a lot of pretense and fabrication. You probably, the only time you probably hug each other is probably in that Christmas photo, or get, or
Yeah.
like, and that's it. And then but then, because and so something happens and you train your family to be this way, and now you want them to act differently.
Yeah.
It's just it's just a lot. But I'm glad you liked it. Good for John Cheever. He's on
I
the
did.
he's
It didn't it wasn't easy for me to get into.
hmm.
Um, but once I did, I really enjoyed it. And I will, you know me and my inability to not buy books. Based on, I already had Julie Orringer's book, but based on reading this story, since it was the second one, I was like, okay, I'll get the collection of John Cheever short stories. So
There you
I'll be
go.
getting that soon.
Good, good. Yeah, it's worth it.
Um, yeah. So
So
there you go. I'm
they
on board with
oh,
John Cheever.
good, good. Well, I think we should probably, at some point, we probably have to watch this. I've been
The
some
swimmer. We
people
do need to watch The
watch The
Swimmer.
Swimmer,
We should
and
try to find a time. Like, I
yeah,
know that with all the time zones and everything, it can be quite difficult, but I'm
yeah.
always happy to have a nap and stay up late if it works
Mm-hmm.
for other people. So we
Yep.
can find a time to maybe do a
Mm.
little viewing of The Swimmer.
Well, cool. So thank you again for joining us
Yeah,
again for
thanks everyone for joining us.
Itchy Quarter
Sorry
Book
we were
Club.
late.
A little late. Things come up. It is life.
Things happen.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So, but thank you again, and we'll see you next week. Right?
See you next week.
Bye.
Bye.